What if the oldest clay tablets were not only preserving myths about the gods, but fragments of a memory someone was never meant to keep? That is the quiet problem waiting in the broken records of ancient Mesopotamia, in museum drawers, excavation reports, and translated tablet fragments. The earliest stories of civilization do not always behave like simple stories. They speak of gods who organize cities, assign labor, divide authority, measure destinies, and worry when human beings become too numerous, too noisy, or too aware. Among those gods, the Anunnaki appear again and again, sometimes remote, sometimes strangely administrative, as if they belong to a system older than the first cities that archaeology can clearly name. And so the central question begins softly, almost like a crack across fired clay. Why would divine beings fear a human who could remember? Not a warrior, not a king, not a rebel with bronze in his hand. A rememberer. The thought is small at first, but it does not stay small. It follows you into the ancient record, where scribes bent over damp tablets with reed styluses and pressed signs into clay that would outlast palaces. It waits in the spaces where a line is missing. It lingers where a myth gives you too much detail, then suddenly becomes silent. You're not beginning in a desert dream. You're beginning with evidence that survives imperfectly. Ancient Mesopotamia gave the world some of its earliest known writing. The people of Sumer, living in the riverlands of southern Iraq, used cuneiform signs to record grain, labor, offerings, laws, hymns, royal names, and stories of gods. Much of what survived did so because clay is stubborn. Fire that destroys a wooden archive can harden a tablet. Collapse can bury a library. Time can ruin a kingdom while protecting a receipt for barley. There is gentle irony in that. Human memory forgets, clay remembers. By the late 19th and early 20th centuries, excavators and scholars began recovering tablets from places such as Nippur, Kish, and later from Great Assyrian collections like Nineveh. Assyriologists worked through cracked lines, variant copies, damaged signs, and old languages layered across centuries. They did not uncover one neat book of beginnings. They found scattered voices. Some were practical, some were sacred, some were copied by students learning to write, some belonged to rituals, laments, myths, and king lists. Together, they built a world in which gods were not vague decoration. They were part of how order itself was imagined. Among them stood the Anunnaki. The name is difficult, because it changes shape across texts and time. In some traditions, the Anunnaki are associated with major divine powers. In others, they appear as a council, judges, underworld beings, or high gods connected to cosmic authority. They are not always described in one consistent way, which is exactly what makes them so useful for mystery and so frustrating for certainty. The careful reading is this: the record is fragmentary. The meaning shifts. Scholars still debate how best to understand their roles across Sumerian, Akkadian, Babylonian, and Assyrian traditions. Yet the imaginative reading, the one that glows faintly at the edge of the tablet, notices something else. The Anunnaki often seem connected to hierarchy. They belong to systems of command, labor, fate, and sacred legitimacy. They are not simply thunder in the sky, they are order with names. You let that settle. Outside the tablet room, the ancient world begins to take form only after the question has already opened. You find yourself near the lower rivers, where the Tigris and Euphrates move through flat land and reeds shift in warm wind. The air smells of wet clay, animal dung, river mud, smoke, and bitumen. Mud brick walls hold the day's heat. Boats move slowly through brown water. Somewhere beyond the settlement, date palms tremble in a pale shimmer. Inside a temple courtyard, a scribe prepares clay. His hands know the texture, too wet, and the signs collapse, too dry, and the stylus breaks the surface. He smooths the tablet, turns it, and begins pressing small wedge marks into the face of memory. He may be copying a hymn, he may be recording offerings, he may be practicing an old story whose first teller is already dust. The scene is ordinary, that makes it stranger, because writing in Sumer began in part as administration, counting goods, workers, fields, and temple supplies. The earliest tablets are not epic poems, many are economic records. They show a society deeply concerned with management. Grain moves, labour is assigned, rations are measured, temples collect and distribute. Names are written because names matter to systems. Then, as writing expands, the gods enter the same clay world of order and record-keeping. This is one of the quiet attention peaks in early Mesopotamian history. The same tool that records sheep and barley also preserves the divine. The same wedge marks that count jars of oil also carry myths about creation, kingship, flood, and fate. Bureaucracy and wonder are pressed into the same material. Not glamorous, perhaps, but deeply human. And if humans were created to serve the gods, as some Mesopotamian myths suggest in different forms, then memory becomes an uncomfortable gift. A worker who remembers only his task is useful. A servant who remembers the true beginning of the house may become dangerous. A city can survive on labour, but authority survives on approved stories. This is where the mystery should be treated carefully. No tablet says in plain language that the Anunnaki feared one human because he remembered a forbidden past. That would be too simple, and ancient texts rarely give us modern drama so politely wrapped. But myths often preserve anxieties in symbolic form. They carry questions a culture could not answer directly. Why were humans made? Why do gods need workers? Why do floods erase cities? Why do kings claim descent from divine order? Why do some figures survive catastrophe because they receive a warning? A cautious reading might suggest that Mesopotamian stories were wrestling with the burden of memory itself. The remembered past gave identity, but it also threatened the present order. If people remembered too much, they might compare one age with another. They might ask who first assigned the roles. They might wonder why the temple controlled the story of origin. You step deeper into the evening, the city softens under red dusk. Smoke rises from cooking fires. Reeds click together near the water. Donkeys shift under loads. Somewhere, a priest chants words whose meanings have already become old. The temple platform stands above the houses, not just as architecture, but as a statement. Order has height. Memory has guardians. In the distance, a child watches a scribe work and sees signs forming in clay. To the child, they may look like little bird tracks. To the scribe, they are accounts, hymns, names, and obligations. To us, thousands of years later, they are a doorway, but every doorway has a shadow. There are strange gaps in early history. Archaeology gives us cities, pottery, graves, tools, seals, bricks, canals, and tablets. Myth gives us divine councils, impossible reigns, world ages, flood warnings, and beings who shape human destiny. The two do not align neatly. They touch, separate, and touch again. That unsettled space is where the rememberer waits. He may not be a literal person at first. He may be a symbolic figure, a human shape formed from many old fears. He is the one who dreams of a time before the city's official beginning. He hears a name that no priest taught him. He sees, in sleep, a place older than the temple bricks. When he wakes, the morning is ordinary, but the world is no longer sealed. The Anunnaki, in this telling, do not fear his muscles, they fear the break in the story. Because if one human remembers beyond permission, others may begin to listen. A remembered fragment can become a question can become a crack can run across a whole system of sacred certainty. The clay cools in the scribe's hand, night gathers over the river plain. The tablet is placed aside, still damp, still fragile, still waiting for fire, burial, accident, or time. Perhaps it records grain, perhaps a hymn, perhaps a story copied from an older tablet, which was copied from another, which came from a voice no one can place. Somewhere inside that chain of copying, a memory may have changed shape. It may have become myth. It may have become theology. It may have become a warning disguised as a tale of gods. And under the calm weight of ancient words, one strange idea remains awake. The most dangerous human in a world ruled by divine order may not be the one who fights. It may be the one who remembers. The tablet rests in darkness now, and the darkness is not empty. It is the kind of darkness that gathers under collapsed walls, inside storerooms, beneath broken floors, and within the patient silence of museum shelves. You follow it quietly, not as someone chasing a secret, but as someone learning how fragile the oldest memories really are. A single tablet can survive because a room burned at the right temperature. Another can vanish because rain found it before a worker did. A name can remain clear while the sentence around it crumbles into dust. Ancient memory is not a library with clean aisles. It is a scattered field after a storm. The scribes who pressed cuneiform signs into clay were not thinking about you. Most were not trying to send a message across 5,000 years. Many were doing daily work. They counted sheep, recorded grain, listed fields, marked deliverers, copied hymns, trained students, and preserved official traditions. Their world was practical, sacred, and deeply organized. Temples needed accounts, palaces needed records, labor needed names, offerings needed totals. The miracle is that these ordinary habits became a kind of time machine. In southern Mesopotamia, writing developed during the late 4th millennium BCE, especially in the urban world associated with Uruk. Early signs were often tied to accounting and administration. They were shaped for counting goods before they were shaped for storytelling. That mainstream detail matters because it reminds you that the ancient world did not separate mystery from management as neatly as modern minds often do. A temple could be holy and bureaucratic. A god could receive hymns and livestock. A scribe could copy a myth with the same trained fingers that recorded beer rations. There is a dry little humour in this, if you allow it. The gods of the earliest cities travelled into history partly because someone was very serious about inventory. Divinity survived beside barley. Creation myths survived in the same civilization that worried about jars, fields, workers, and correct totals. Yet this practical clay also carried older voices. Over centuries, scribes copied myths that were already ancient to them. They preserved stories of Enki, Enlil, Inanna, Ninhursag, Utu, and other divine powers whose names changed in importance across time. They copied flood stories, laments for destroyed cities, royal praise poems, wisdom texts, incantations, and lists of kings whose reigns stretch from plausible history into dreamlike impossibility. The record did not arrive pure, it arrived through hands. A student might copy an old text poorly, a teacher might correct him, a temple school might preserve one version while another city preferred a different version. A myth told in Sumerian might later echo in Akkadian. A divine name might shift. A damaged line might force a translator to choose between possibilities. That is why historians and Assyriologists move carefully. They read broken signs, compare duplicates, study grammar, date tablet forms, examine find spots, and ask whether a word belongs to an older tradition or a later copy. Their work is patient and often beautifully uncertain. A single sign can change the mood of a sentence. A missing corner can hide a motive. This is where the rememberer begins to feel less like fantasy and more like a question about transmission. If memory depends on copying, then power can live inside copying too. A scribe preserves, but he also selects. A school teaches, but it also filters. A temple protects tradition, but it also protects the version of tradition that gives the temple meaning. The human who remembers outside the approved chain becomes troubling, because he does not need permission from the archive. That's a quiet danger. You move now through an excavation trench in the imagination, where the morning sun has not yet become cruel. The soil is pale, dry, and powdery. Workers brush around a cluster of broken tablets. A square of clay appears, no larger than a hand. Its edges are chipped. Its surface is crowded with wedge marks. Someone lifts it carefully, and the tablet carries a smell that is almost nothing, just dust, earth, and old silence. Later, in a museum or research room, it will be cleaned, numbered, studied, photographed, stored. A scholar will turn it under light, looking for signs pressed by a person whose breath vanished thousands of years ago. Perhaps it is only an account. Perhaps it is a school exercise. Perhaps it holds a line of myth whose complete version is still missing. The attention peak is gentle, but sharp. Some of the greatest ancient stories are known through damaged copies made long after the imagined events they describe. The past does not speak in one voice. It speaks through fragments that survived unevenly. That uneven survival matters for the Anunnaki. Their appearances across Mesopotamian literature are not always tidy. Sometimes they seem to belong to the highest divine assembly. Sometimes they are linked to the underworld. Sometimes they appear as powerful beings who judge, decree, or stand near the machinery of fate. In later traditions, their meaning can bend, narrow, or expand. The name carries authority, but not a single simple definition. So when modern mystery writers treat the Anunnaki as one fixed group with one fixed purpose, they smooth over the roughness of the evidence. The older record is more interesting than that. It is shifting, layered, and alive with contradiction. And contradiction is where memory breathes. One curious fringe tidbit often attached to the Anunnaki is the idea that they were remembered not as symbolic gods, but as beings involved in organizing human civilization from an earlier age. This interpretation belongs outside mainstream scholarship and should be treated as speculation. Yet it persists because the texts sometimes describe divine administration with such oddly practical texture. Gods assign tasks, gods debate labor, gods decide destinies. Gods structure the relationship between heaven, earth, city, and worker. You do not need to accept the fringe reading to understand why it attracts attention. The myths already feel managerial. The ancient imagination saw creation not merely as magic, but as arrangement. A world had to be ordered. Waters had to be separated. Cities had to receive patron gods. Kingship had to descend. Work had to be assigned. Names had to be given. Memory had to be kept. And if memory had to be kept, someone had to decide what was remembered. You find yourself in a scribal school, an edubba, the tablet house. The room is small, warm, and busy. Boys sit with clay tablets on their laps. A teacher recites signs. Reed styluses press, lift, press again. The air carries damp clay, sweat, reed dust, and the faint smoke of oil lamps. Outside, a city moves through its ordinary day, but inside this room the past is being trained into young hands. A pupil copies a list of words, another copies a proverb, another struggles through a hymn. The exercise seems simple, but the deeper effect is powerful. Civilization teaches its memory by repetition. It does not merely remember, it rehearses itself. This is where the imagined rememberer becomes unsettling. He does not rehearse, he recalls. He has not learned the forbidden name from a teacher. He did not steal a tablet from a temple shelf. The memory arrives like water rising through the floor. It comes in fragments. A city whose walls are not like his city's walls. A council of beings speaking before kingship had descended. A river course that no longer exists. A sign carved on stone instead of pressed into clay. When he speaks of it, others may laugh first. That's often how fear begins, politely. A priest might say the man has dreamed too intensely. A scribe might ask which tablet he copied. A ruler might wonder whether a rival temple has planted a dangerous story. But the unease grows when the details do not behave like invention. He knows a forgotten divine epithet. He describes a ritual object stored behind a curtain. He names a ruined mound by a name no living villager uses. The historical world gives us no such biography in direct form. That must remain clear. The rememberer is a narrative lens, not a recovered individual with a museum label. Yet through him, you can explore a real ancient tension. Memory was sacred, useful, political, and unstable. A society built on recorded order fears disorder. A priesthood built on inherited tradition fears unauthorized memory. A kingdom built on divine legitimacy fears older claims beneath its foundation. The tablets do not shout this. They murmur it. And the murmur becomes stronger when you consider how many ancient texts survive from later copies of earlier traditions. A scribe in one century preserves a story from another. A city destroys another city but adopts its gods. A conqueror claims old legitimacy by using older names. Cultures inherit, revise, and absorb. Nothing is ever simply lost. Nothing is ever simply unchanged. Somewhere in that process, memory becomes clay again. Soft enough to shape, hard enough to endure. The Anunnaki, as figures of cosmic authority, stand near this problem. If they represent divine order, then unauthorized memory is not a small inconvenience. It is a rival source of order. It suggests that truth may not descend only through temple, throne, and approved text. It may rise unpredictably through a human mind. That possibility is quiet but enormous. The museum lights dim. The tablets remain in their cases, each one carrying both presence and absence. You can read the signs that survived, but not the hands that chose every line. You can hear the myths that were copied, but not all the myths that were refused. You can trace the names of gods, kings, cities, and offerings, but you cannot always know what trembled behind the act of writing. A tablet is not the past. It is what the past managed to leave behind, and somewhere between what was written, what was copied, what was buried, and what was forgotten, the figure of the human rememberer takes another slow breath. He stands not against history, but inside its gaps. He carries no weapon. He holds no royal seal. He possesses only a memory that has slipped outside the trained order of clay. For a world governed by sacred records, that may be enough. The memory moves from the tablet house into a strange kind of record, one that looks orderly until you begin to read it closely. A list should be simple. It should begin, proceed, and end. It should give names in sequence, leaving the mind with the comfort of arrangement. Yet among the ancient records of Mesopotamia, there is a list that behaves like a doorway. It gives kings, cities, reigns, and dynasties. It appears to organize the past, but the deeper you follow it, the less ordinary time becomes. This is the Sumerian king list. You come to it not as a treasure map, but as a careful witness. Copies of this text survived in several versions, most written long after the earliest periods they describe. It names cities where kingship was said to have descended from heaven: Eridu, Bad Tibira, Larak, Sippar, Shuruppak. Some names are familiar to archaeologists. Some carry the dim glow of ancient tradition. The list then moves through rulers whose reigns are impossibly long, stretching into tens of thousands of years. Then a flood comes. After the flood, kingship descends again. The mainstream historical detail is important here. Scholars generally treat the Sumerian king list as a political and ideological text, not a straightforward modern history. It may preserve memories of real dynasties and cities, but it also shapes the past into a pattern that supports the idea of kingship as a single divine institution. Kingship moves from city to city, as if authority is one sacred object being transferred through time. That is already fascinating, but the curious detail is harder to ignore. The rulers before the flood are given reigns so vast that they do not fit normal human life. One king reigns for thousands of years, another for even longer. The numbers vary by copy, and the text itself is damaged in places. But the effect remains. The earliest age is not described as ordinary time. It feels stretched, ceremonial, almost unmeasurable. You do not need to force it into literal history to feel its strangeness. You stand now in the white heat of a southern Mesopotamian day, near a mound that was once a city. The soil is packed with pottery sherds, brick fragments and the dull glitter of salt. Wind moves across the flat land. It has crossed canals, graves, sheep pens, ruined walls, and fields that no longer remember their boundaries. Somewhere beneath your feet, old floors lie stacked like pages in a sealed book. Every city is a pile of time. Archaeologists call these mounds tells. They form when generation after generation builds, collapses, levels, and rebuilds in the same place. A house falls, a new house rises, a temple platform is renewed, a wall is replaced. The ground slowly climbs on its own history. To dig into such a mound is to descend through occupations, fires, repairs, abandonments, and returns. The King List does something similar with memory. It stacks cities inside a sacred sequence. It does not merely say that people ruled. It says kingship descended, authority came from above. It landed in one city, then another, then another. In that way, the list makes political power feel older than any one human ruler. A king may die, but kingship itself continues like a divine current. This is where the Anunnaki mystery gently reappears. If the gods are imagined as keepers of cosmic order, then the list presents a world where human authority is not invented by humans. It is assigned, transferred, and recognized. Human memory is guided into an approved shape. First this city, then that city, then the flood, then a restored order. A chaotic past becomes a sacred procession. But what if someone remembered the spaces between the names? That is the unsettling possibility. Not because the King List proves a hidden civilization, because it does not. Rather, because it shows how ancient people themselves imagined a deep past arranged into phases. Before the flood, after the flood, before remembered kings, after kingship returned. Long reigns, vanished cities, and divine descent create a structure where history and myth cannot be cleanly separated. The attention peak comes softly. Some of the cities named in the early parts of the list were real places, yet the reign lengths attached to their earliest rulers are not historically realistic. This mixture of real geography and impossible time makes the text feel like a map drawn across both land and dream. That mixture is the kind of thing that would trouble a rememberer. He hears the official list recited in the temple court. The priest's voice is calm. The names fall one by one into the warm air. Eridu receives kingship, then Bad Tibera, then Larak, then Sippa, then Shurapak. The pattern is clean and solemn. People listening may feel reassured. Their world has an order, and that order reaches back beyond any living ancestor. But inside him, another sequence stirs. The names are right, but incomplete. The order is familiar, but too smooth. Something has been folded. Something has been made teachable. He remembers water where the list gives transition. He remembers a city not named, or a name spoken differently. He remembers a council before kingship descended, when authority was not yet dressed in human crowns. The thought passes through him like cold air in a sealed room. No one else seems to feel it. A scribe standing nearby holds a tablet and follows the recitation. His stylus rests against the clay. He is not recording doubt. He is preserving order. That is his work, and it is honourable work. Without scribes, almost all of this would be gone. Yet every act of preservation creates a boundary. This belongs. This does not. This is the list. This is outside the list. The open uncertainty is still real today. Scholars debate how the King List should be read in relation to actual early dynasties. Does it preserve genuine memories of political dominance among cities? Does it reshape rival traditions into one unified ideology? Are the impossible reigns symbolic, numerical, theological, or inherited from older mythic patterns? No single answer makes every part easy. Ancient texts rarely behave for us. They are not pets. They resist being held too tightly. The fringe interpretation, offered carefully, asks whether the impossible reigns might preserve memory of a different kind of age, perhaps not literally ruled by mortal kings as we understand them. Some modern readers connect this to legends of pre-flood beings, long-lived rulers, or non-human administrators. Mainstream scholarship does not require that reading. Yet the fascination survives because the text itself divides time into an uncanny before and after. Before the flood, time expands. After the flood, they contract. That shift feels meaningful, even when interpreted symbolically. It suggests that the ancient mind saw catastrophe as a break in the texture of history. The world before disaster was not simply earlier, it was qualitatively different. It belonged to another scale. You walk along the edge of an ancient canal at dusk. The heat loosens. River insects begin their thin music. A herdsman calls to animals near a reed fence. Far away, a temple platform catches the last light. Its mud brick face glows briefly, then dulls into brown shadow. On a roof, someone pours water into a jar. The sound is small, but in the evening it seems precise. This is the world that wants its past arranged. Fields need boundaries. Cities need founders. Temples need ancient privileges. Kings need ancestors. Even when the ancestor is less a person than an idea, the king list satisfies that need. It takes many local memories and braids them into one controlled line. For the rememberer, the braid is too tight. He is not rejecting the list. He is disturbed by what it has compressed. When he hears that kingship descended from heaven, he wonders what descended with it. When he hears that the flood swept over the land, he wonders what the water was meant to erase. When he hears that kingship descended again, he wonders who decided that human order should resume in the same shape. The Anunnaki, imagined near the high architecture of divine command, would have reason to fear such questions. A person who remembers beyond the list is not merely adding a footnote. He is loosening the frame. He is suggesting that authority did not begin where the official text begins. He is implying that some memory survived outside the sacred sequence, and in a world where writing is power, unsanctioned memory is a rival archive. Night settles fully now. The recitation ends. The tablet is stored. The listeners drift away into alleys lit by little lamps. The priest returns to rooms where offerings are counted and ritual vessels are washed. The scribe smooths the edge of the clay, perhaps satisfied with the neatness of the signs. Above the city, the stars arrive without concern for human chronology. The rememberer remains still. He carries the names inside him, but they no longer feel like a beginning. They feel like markers placed over a deeper road. Eridu, Bad Tibira, Larak, Sippar, Shurapak. Each city is real enough to touch through pottery, brick, seal, and soil. Each city is also a threshold in a story that may be older than the copies that preserved it. In the dark, the list becomes less like a record and more like a curtain. Behind it, something waits without speaking. The curtain does not open all at once. It loosens, slowly, like woven reed matting stirred by a night wind. Behind the kingly names and impossible reigns, another question begins to breathe. It is older than crowns, older than city walls, older even than the proud claim that kingship descended from heaven. It asks why humans were placed inside the divine order at all, not where they lived, not which city ruled first, why they were made. In Mesopotamian myth, that question receives several answers, none of them quite comfortable. The gods are not always shown creating humans out of overflowing tenderness. In some traditions, humans are made because the gods need relief from labour. The divine world has work to do. Canals must be dug. Food must be produced. Offerings must be maintained. The lower gods grow weary, and human beings enter the story as workers who will carry the burden. It is not exactly a flattering origin, but it is strangely honest. One important version appears in the Akkadian Atreides tradition, where the gods complain about exhausting labour, and humans are created so they can take on that toil. The details vary across texts and traditions, but the broad theme is clear enough. Humanity is linked to service, work, and the maintenance of divine order. Life is not merely a gift. It is an assignment. The clay under your feet seems to remember this. You are standing near a canal before sunrise. The air is still cool, but it will not stay that way. Men are already moving with baskets, hose, and ropes. Mud clings to their legs. Reed bundles lie stacked beside the bank. Somewhere, an overseer calls out names. The water must be guided, the silt cleared, the banks repaired before heat presses down like a hand. A city survives by labour. In southern Mesopotamia, irrigation mattered deeply. Rivers gave life, but they also demanded constant management. Canals silted up. Fields needed drainage. Floods could nourish or destroy. Salts gathered in the soil. Grain did not simply rise because people wished it to rise. It took coordination, record-keeping, authority, and bodies bent toward earth. So a myth in which humans are made to work does not float far above reality. It grows from the same mud as the fields. The attention peak comes quietly. The oldest myths about human creation may preserve not just theology, but the emotional memory of organized labor. To be human in these stories is to wake into a world where work was already waiting. That does not mean the myths are simple complaints. They are more layered than that. Creation in Mesopotamian thought can include skill, wisdom, divine craft, and sacred purpose. Humans serve the gods through offerings, rituals, temple maintenance, and the feeding of divine households. The relationship is unequal, but not meaningless. Service connects heaven and earth. A temple is not only a building, it is a meeting point between cosmic order and daily bread. Still, the question of memory sits uneasily inside this arrangement. If humans were shaped for labour, how much were they meant to know? A worker needs skill. A priest needs ritual memory. A scribe needs signs, lists, and sacred texts. A king needs lineage and legitimacy. But a human who remembers the full origin of the system might become something else. Not disobedient at first, only awake. You move from the canal into a temple kitchen, where the morning offerings are being prepared. Flour is measured, beer is poured, meat is carried. Dates and oil are placed in proper vessels. The smell is warm, earthy, and faintly sweet. Every action has a rhythm. The god must be served. The household of the god must continue. The priests and workers know their roles because roles are what keep the world from slipping. In that world, memory is functional. It tells you how to grind grain, when to bring offerings, which hymn belongs to which festival, which boundary stone marks which field, which family owes labour, which god protects the city. This kind of memory supports order. It is welcome. It can be written, taught, corrected, and repeated. But the rememberer carries another kind. His memory does not tell him how to perform the rite. It asks who first designed the rite. It does not tell him which basket to lift. It asks why hands like his were made to lift baskets for beings who once lifted the world themselves. It does not tell him which god receives the offering. It asks why the gods require feeding at all. That is not useful memory. That is dangerous memory. Here the fringe possibility enters softly. Some modern interpreters have wondered whether the creation stories preserve a distorted memory of ancient intervention, as if humanity was shaped or organized by powerful beings who needed labor. This reading is not accepted as historical evidence by mainstream scholars, yet it draws attention because the myths themselves describe human creation in unusually practical terms. Humans are made not only to exist, but to perform a role within a managed system. You do not have to believe the fringe conclusion to feel the force of the question. Why does the myth imagine gods needing workers? Why does creation sound like a solution to a labour problem? Why does human life begin inside an economy of service? The open scholarly uncertainty is not whether Mesopotamians had labour systems. They clearly did. The uncertainty lies in how deeply these myths reflect social structure, ritual theology, older oral traditions, or inherited symbolic patterns. Scholars can analyze language and context, but the first emotional pulse of the story remains partly unreachable. A myth can explain society. It can also expose it. The rememberer feels this exposure like a hidden draft moving through a sealed room. He watches workers carry clay bricks for a temple wall. He sees their shoulders dark with sweat. He hears the wet slap of mud in wooden moulds. He smells straw, clay, and smoke. The wall will rise in the name of a god. The names of the builders may not survive. The god's name will. This is ordinary. This is the problem. If human beings were created to relieve divine labour, then civilization may be built on a sacred transfer of burden. The gods rest higher because humans bend lower. Yet humans also become the only creatures capable of preserving the story. The worker becomes the witness. The servant becomes the archive. The clay-bearing hand becomes the hand that writes. That reversal is delicate and strange. A god may command a canal, but a human records the command. A temple may claim eternal authority, but a scribe chooses the signs that carry it forward. A king may speak of divine favour, but without human memory, his name dissolves. The system needs the beings it contains. Perhaps that is where fear begins. Not because humans are strong, because humans are necessary. The Anunnaki, imagined as guardians or administrators of cosmic order, would not fear every human mind. Most minds are tired, most hands are busy, most lives are consumed by work, family, hunger, ritual, and seasons. But one human who remembers beyond function becomes a different matter. He sees the machinery. He sees the exchange. He sees that the divine order depends on human repetition. He may still bow, but he bows differently. You follow him into the heat of noon. The city is loud now. Potters turn clay. Bakers slap dough against oven walls. Donkeys bray under loads. Metal workers hammer copper, and the sound rings thinly through the streets. Children run past a wall where old bricks bear stamped names of kings. Somewhere inside the temple complex, a scribe updates accounts with careful signs. The rememberer touches a brick. It is rough beneath his fingers. The king's name is impressed into it, claiming construction, piety, permanence. Yet the brick is one of thousands, made by hands the inscription does not mention. The temple rises from anonymous labour. The memory of power is preserved. The memory of workers is mostly absorbed into dust. He closes his eyes and sees another image. Not a temple, but a workshop of beginnings. Not human craftsmen, but divine figures shaping clay. Blood, breath, or spirit, according to variant traditions. The image is not clear. It may be dream, myth, inheritance, or disturbance. What matters is the feeling that humanity began as an answer to someone else's burden. When he opens his eyes, the city remains unchanged. That is often how revelation behaves. It does not move the wall, it changes the hand touching it. This myth of labour-made humanity has a calm sadness inside it. It does not need thunder. It only needs mourning, canals, baskets, and the knowledge that even sacred stories can carry the ache of tired bodies. The ancient people who told these stories knew work intimately. They knew dependence on gods, kings, rivers, and fields. They knew that order was costly. They also knew that memory was power. A worker who remembers a task can serve well. A scribe who remembers signs can serve the temple. A priest who remembers rituals can feed the gods. But a human who remembers the reason behind the arrangement may begin to wonder whether service is destiny or merely inheritance. That question cannot be easily buried. The sun lowers at last. The canal water turns copper. Workers wash mud from their arms. The temple receives its evening offerings. A bird cries over the reeds, then vanishes into the dusk. In the tablet house, clay is stacked for drying, each small rectangle waiting to become part of the city's memory. The rememberer sits apart, neither rebel nor saint. He's only tired and too awake. He has seen that the story of human creation is also a story of work, order, and need. He has sensed that the gods may rely on human hands more deeply than the hymns admit. He has begun to understand that remembering is not escape from labour. It is labour of another kind. The burden has moved inward, and somewhere in the high, unseen council of old divine names, That inward burden may be what makes the human dangerous. The burden does not announce itself as prophecy. It begins as a mistake in the morning. A man wakes before the house stirs, while the clay walls still hold the coolness of night. His wife sleeps nearby. A child breathes softly under a woven blanket. Outside, a dog gives one low bark, then settles again. The city is not yet filled with sound. No carts, no shouting, no temple chant. Only the faint insect tremble near the canal and the slow pulse of someone awake too early. He opens his eyes with a name in his mouth. It is not the name of his father. It is not the name of his city. It is not a god invoked in ordinary prayer. The name feels older than speech and yet familiar, as if it has been worn smooth inside him by years he did not live. He whispers it once into the dark, and the room seems to listen. By sunrise, he will pretend he has forgotten. That is sensible. Ancient Mesopotamian society left room for dreams, omens, and divine messages. But not all strange experiences were safe. Dreams could matter. Omens could guide decisions. Priests, diviners, and scholars studied signs in the heavens, in animal entrails, in birth anomalies, in smoke, in oil on water, and in the unsettling behaviour of the world. But interpretation belonged to trained people. A private vision without proper authority was unstable. A dream could be sacred. It could also be inconvenient. The man is not a king, which makes him more troubling. Kings may claim divine dreams because kings already stand near power. Priests may speak of visions because ritual gives them a frame. Scribes may preserve strange words because writing gives them discipline. But a common human carrying an unapproved memory is harder to place. He has no throne to explain him, no temple office to protect him, no title to make his disturbance respectable. He is only a worker attached to the temple stores, or perhaps a junior scribe who copies lists more often than myths. His exact role remains deliberately uncertain, because the ancient records give us many names and almost no private interiors. We know far more about rations than dreams. We know more about royal offerings than the inner life of a man sweeping a courtyard. That imbalance is one of history's quiet cruelties. Still, you can follow him through the city as the day brightens. He carries a basket of clay tags toward a storeroom. The tags record goods, jars, measures, and obligations. Some are sealed with impressions from cylinder seals, small carved objects rolled across wet clay to leave scenes of gods, animals, heroes, banquets, and ritual encounters. These seals were practical and beautiful at once. They marked identity, authority, and transaction. The man pauses over one seal impression. It shows a seated figure receiving a human approach. Behind the human stands another figure, possibly a divine mediator. Scholars often interpret such scenes as presentation scenes, common in Mesopotamian glyptic art. They reflect hierarchy, devotion, and access to power. Yet to his eyes the image shifts strangely. He does not see only a worshipper before a god. He sees someone being brought forward for inspection. The thought is brief, too brief to confess. Here is the attention peak. An ordinary administrative object can carry a miniature theology. A seal used to secure goods can also show the human place within cosmic order. Even bureaucracy wears a sacred face. He presses his thumb lightly near the edge of the seal mark, careful not to damage it. The clay is cold where the morning has not yet warmed it. For a moment, he remembers a room without windows. He remembers figures standing around a shaped form. He remembers a decision made over something not yet fully alive. Then the memory closes. The city opens around him. There is bread smoke from ovens, dung smoke from cooking fires, and the damp green smell of reeds brought from the marsh. A woman pours water from a jar near a doorway. Two boys argue over a broken toy cart. A temple servant drives goats through a narrow lane. Somewhere, a musician tests a reed pipe, sending a thin, uncertain note into the morning. Nothing looks impossible. That is what makes the memory cruel. If the world looked strange, his inner disturbance might feel natural. But the city insists on normal life. Bricks need carrying. Barley needs measuring. Priests need clean vessels. The river continues. The sun climbs. The gods receive offerings. Everyone else seems to live inside one layer of time. While he has begun to slip between two, this is where the story must remain responsible. No recovered tablet names this man. No ancient biography tells us of a human who remembered a forbidden prehistory and frightened the Anunnaki. He is an interpretive figure, a way to explore real ancient concerns about memory, authority, creation, and divine order. Yet fiction can sometimes carry historical tension gently, as long as it does not pretend to be proof. The grounded world beneath him is real enough. Sumerian cities depended on complex temple and palace systems. Workers received rations. Scribes tracked labour. Priests maintained rituals. Kings claimed divine sanction. Names and duties were not floating ideas. They were pressed into clay, sealed, stored, audited, and repeated. A person existed within networks of obligation. The Rememberer's strange gift threatens those networks because it is not assigned. No one gave it to him. No school taught it. No official placed it in his hand. It rises from somewhere that the temple cannot inventory. That alone is suspicious. By midday, he's called to carry tablets into a shaded chamber. The room smells of clay dust, wool, and old reed mats. A senior scribe sits near the wall, reading from a damaged tablet with a calm face and tired eyes. The text concerns divine labour, or perhaps a hymn to a god who organised the world. Several lines are broken. The scribe pauses at one gap and supplies a phrase from memory. The rememberer hears it and feels his skin tighten. The supplied phrase is wrong, not grammatically wrong and not foolish. It fits the tradition as the scribe knows it. Yet inside him, another line rises, older and colder. It names the human not as servant alone, but as vessel, not merely made for work, but made to contain remembrance for a purpose later regretted. He nearly speaks, then he lowers his eyes. Silence saves him, for now. The curious fringe tidbit enters here in a whisper. Some modern speculative readings imagine humans in Mesopotamian myth as designed beings, containers of divine substance, or carriers of inherited memory from older powers. Mainstream scholarship reads these themes through myth, ritual, language, and social meaning, not literal engineering. Yet the myths do include motifs of clay, divine blood, breath, and purpose. They imagine humanity as a mixture of earthly material and sacred element. That mixture makes memory complicated. If humans are only clay, why do they dream of gods? If they carry divine substance, what else might they carry? The open scholarly question is how to interpret such creation materials. Are they symbolic ways to express human mortality and divine dependence? Are they ritual reflections of temple society? Are they traces of older oral traditions folded into literary form? Each answer gives something. None gives everything. The rememberer stands in that incomplete space. Late in the day, he visits the riverbank under an excuse of washing. The water moves slowly, brown and reflective. Reeds lean into the current. Dragonflies flicker above the shallows. He kneels and lowers his hands. The water is warm near the surface and cooler below. Silt slips between his fingers. His reflection trembles. For a moment, the face in the water is not only his, it seems layered with other faces, older, calmer, watching from beneath the current. He sees a settlement before its walls, a platform before its temple, a gathering before kingship had a name. He sees beings whose features refuse to settle into human or divine form. They stand beside a clay shape, and one of them turns as if hearing him across time. He pulls his hands back. River water falls from his fingers. No thunder follows. No god appears. No guard seizes him. The world remains painfully gentle. Birds call from the reeds. A child luffs behind him. Someone shakes out a woven cloth on a nearby roof. The memory has no witness except his own breathing. This is how fear becomes private. He begins to understand that remembering is not like owning a tablet. A tablet can be hidden, broken, stolen, buried, or denied. A memory moves with the body. It eats with him. It sleeps badly beside him. It wakes before dawn and speaks names into the dark. If the Anunnaki, or the divine order they represent, fear such a thing, then their fear is not of rebellion alone. It is of ungovernable continuity. A memory inside a human can cross thresholds no archive can cross. It can survive without a shelf. It can choose when to speak. As night returns, the city shifts into softer sounds. The hammering stops. The ovens glow lower. Animals settle. Temple lamps flicker against walls painted by smoke and time. In a room near the stores, the senior scribe places tablets into a basket and covers them with cloth. He trusts that the important words have been preserved. The rememberer watches from the doorway. He knows now that preservation is not the same as completeness. He knows a missing line can still live somewhere. He knows the body itself may become a tablet, though no museum will ever catalogue it. And he knows, with a quiet dread, that if he speaks the older line aloud, the world around him may listen in a different way. Not with wonder first, with alarm. He returns home under a moon pale as scraped bone. His child has fallen asleep. His wife asks why his hands are cold. He says he washed them too long in the river, which is true enough to sound harmless. Then he lies down and waits for sleep, fearing it and needing it. Outside, the city dreams in layers. Inside him, the forgotten name opens again. The forgotten name does not leave him by morning. It settles lower, not as a sound now, but as a pressure behind the ribs. He rises with the household and moves through the tasks expected of him. Water is poured. Bread is broken. A small argument begins over a missing cord and ends before it matters. The day is ordinary enough to be merciful, but not ordinary enough to heal him. By the time he reaches the temple stores, the world has already arranged itself into columns. Jars stand in rows. Baskets wait against the wall. Clay tags dry on a board. A steward speaks measurements to a scribe. The scribe repeats them softly, presses signs, and turns the tablet. Everything has a place. Everything has a number. Even uncertainty is treated as something that can be weighed, sealed, and placed in storage. This is the city's calm genius. It can turn movement into record. The temple is not only a sacred building, it is a center of redistribution, labor organization, ritual performance, and social memory. In many Mesopotamian cities, temples owned land, received offerings, employed workers, and required careful administration. Grain, wool, oil, beer, livestock, and labor obligations moved through systems that needed trained scribes. The god's household had to be managed like a vast estate. This grounded truth matters, because it gives the divine world a practical texture. The gods do not hover only in hymns, or as they have kitchens, storerooms, festivals, fields, servants, and accounts. Their presence is made visible through organized human action. A divine order without human management would remain too distant. A temple turns it into bread, oil, smoke, song, and stamped clay. To the rememberer, this feels suddenly exposed. He had always known the temple was powerful. Everyone knows that. But now he sees that its power flows through procedure. The sacred is repeated through schedules. Offerings happen because someone remembers how much, when, where, and for whom. Divine majesty rests upon correct sequence. A hymn at dawn, a measure of barley, a washed vessel, a closed door, a name spoken properly. The Anunnaki, when they appear in myths and divine lists, often belong to a world of ranked powers. Their exact roles shift across texts, but they are frequently connected with high authority, judgment, assembly, or the deep structures of the cosmos. They can be imagined as part of the divine administration of reality itself, not clerks in a human sense, of course, but powers associated with order, decision, and the arrangement of fate. That is where the unsettling resemblance begins. Human temples organize goods. Divine councils organize destiny. The attention peak is not loud, but it glints. Mesopotamian religion often imagined the cosmos itself as ordered through assemblies, decrees, offices, and assigned functions. Heaven and earth can feel almost governmental. The gods deliberate. Destinies are fixed. Cities receive patron deities. Kingship descends. Even chaos must be processed through divine decision. This does not mean the myths are literal records of an ancient bureaucracy of beings. It means the people who wrote them understood power through institutions. Their gods acted in ways that made sense inside a world of temple, rulers, councils, labour, and law. Still, the rememberer feels the pattern tighten around him. If the divine world is structured like an order of command, then memory may be one of its controlled substances. It must pass from the proper source to the proper receiver. A king receives signs, a priest preserves rites, a scribe copies texts, a worker learns tasks. Each mind contains only what its role can bear. The dangerous human is dangerous because he does not fit his container. He carries something surplus. At midday, he's sent with tablets to a side chamber where an older priest reviews offerings for an approaching festival. The chamber is dim after the glare of the courtyard. Its walls smell faintly of wax smoke, old wool, cedar oil, and clay dust. A low table holds small ritual objects, a polished stone bowl, a copper blade, a bundle of reeds, a bead necklace, and a damaged figurine with one eye missing. The figurine holds his gaze. It may be protective, it may be votive, it may have belonged to a ritual whose full meaning is gone. Archaeology often finds objects whose form survives better than their purpose. A figurine, a token, a bowl, a seal, a strange deposit under a floor. The object remains, while the spoken instructions vanish. The priest sees him looking. Old things watch poorly, Radham, the priest says, almost amused. They remember less than people think. The rememberer lowers his eyes, because the sentence lands too close. He knows old things can remember badly. He also knows that bad memory can still be powerful. A broken story can govern a city. A copied myth can shape a king's claim. A damaged line can become a doorway for centuries of interpretation. The older priest begins checking the tablets. His finger moves over signs, offerings to one god, measures for another, labour assigned, animals counted, dates aligned with ritual expectations. His face is calm, but his work is exact. The divine household must not be embarrassed by poor arithmetic. Heaven, it seems, dislikes sloppy bookkeeping. There is the mild sarcasm, small and soft. Then the priest pauses over one tablet and frowns. A name has been written in an older form. The scribe who copied it may have used a traditional spelling, or made a mistake, or followed a source tablet no longer present. Such variations happen. Writing systems change. Divine names shift across languages and periods. A sign can hold older meanings inside newer usage. Specialists spend lifetime studying these changes, and even then, uncertainty remains. But the rememberer recognizes the older form. He has heard it in sleep. The priest notices his stillness. Not fully, not enough, but enough to let silence thicken. He asks whether the man has seen this spelling before. The rememberer says only that it resembles an old sign from school exercises. The answer is plausible. The priest accepts it or chooses not to press. Yet something has moved between them. A small inventory of suspicion has begun. That evening, the rememberer is asked to help carry sealed jars into a deeper storage room. The air there is cooler. The floor is packed hard. The shelves hold goods dedicated to the god, goods for festivals, goods for workers, goods that will be counted again. Each jar mouth is stopped and sealed. Each seal says, in effect, this belongs within order. He thinks of memory as a sealed jar. Most people carry what has been placed in them by family, labour, temple, story, and need. They do not choose every content. They inherit. They repeat. They pour out what the system has taught them to pour. That is not foolish. It is how life continues. But a seal is cracked. Something not assigned has entered. The curious fringe possibility returns in another form. Some speculative readers see the Anunnaki as remnants of a pre-human or non-human order that managed early civilization and restricted knowledge. The responsible way to hold this idea is as modern myth-making inspired by ancient themes, not established evidence. Yet ancient Mesopotamian texts do describe knowledge as unevenly distributed. Certain arts, rituals, powers, and destinies belong to gods, priests, sages, or kings. Not everything is for everyone. In that sense, Ray, controlled knowledge is not a modern invention placed onto the past. It is already part of the ancient imagination. The open, scholarly uncertainty lies in how these ideas developed. Did divine assemblies mirror human political councils? Did temple organization shape stories of cosmic administration? Did older oral traditions influence institutional religion? Did scribal schools standardize myths that had once been more varied and local? The evidence gives patterns, but not a single clean origin. The rememberer has no language for such debates. He only feels the result. At night, he's summoned unexpectedly to a small courtyard behind the temple kitchen. The senior scribe is there, along with the older priest. A lamp burns between them, its flame low and yellow. The city beyond the wall is settling into sleep, but this space feels awake in a deliberate way. No one accuses him. That would be too crude. They ask simple questions. Where did he learn certain old signs? Why did he pause over the seal? Has he dreamed recently? The last question is asked gently. That makes it worse. He answers with care. He speaks of ordinary dreams. Water, work, a child crying, a broken basket. Nothing sacred, nothing dangerous. The senior scribe watches his mouth more than his eyes, as if truth might appear in the shape of withheld words. The priest says dreams can be gifts, but gifts need interpreters. The rememberer nods. Inside, the older name stirs like a fish below dark water. Then comes the quiet attention peak that will not let him sleep later. The priest recites a line from a myth about the gods assigning human duties. He leaves out one phrase, perhaps testing him, perhaps merely tired. The missing phrase rises in the rememberer's mind so strongly that he nearly supplies it aloud. His tongue touches his teeth. He stops. A lamp flame leans in a draught. The moment passes, but not safely. The senior scribe has seen something, not the memory itself, but its shadow. A man who almost answers an unspoken gap is a man who knows more than his place should know. They dismiss him before the moon climbs high. He walks home through narrow lanes where walls breathe out the day's heat. A cat slips across a roofline. Somewhere, someone coughs. The river smell reaches the city in faint waves, damp and mineral. He keeps his hands at his sides and tries to move like a man with nothing hidden. But memory has altered his body. He listens differently. He sees seals as locks, hymns as channels, lists as fences, rituals as repeated instructions. He does not despise them. That would be too easy. He understands their beauty more sharply now. Order protects people from hunger, chaos, flood, and forgetting. But order also protects itself. The Anunnaki, as figures of high order, begin to feel less like distant myth, and more like the shape of a question pressing down through every institution around him. Who is allowed to remember? Who benefits when origins are simplified? Who trembles when a servant knows an older line? He reaches his doorway and pauses. Inside, his family sleeps. Outside, the temple rises above the roofs, dark against a sky crowded with stars. The stars look free, but even they have patterns assigned by watchers. They are read, named, interpreted, folded into calendars and omens. Nothing visible escapes meaning for long. He enters quietly and lies down without waking anyone. Sleep comes slowly. When it finally takes him, he does not dream of gods with shining faces. He dreams of a room full of tablets, each sealed inside another tablet, each text protecting and hiding the one beneath it. At the centre of the room stands a figure he cannot see clearly. The figure asks no question. It simply waits for him to remember the first instruction. And this time he does. The first instruction is not a sentence. It is a place. He wakes with Eridu under his skin, not as a word learned from a list, but as a memory of damp ground, pale reeds, old brick, and water shining under a low sky. The name comes with a feeling of depth, not depth like a well, but depth like a mound built by generations who never knew they were making stairs for the future. By morning he knows he must go there. He does not call it a pilgrimage. That word would make the journey too clean. He gives practical reasons instead. A delivery must be made. A message must be carried. A relative of a temple worker knows a man near the old settlement. Ancient people did not move casually across the land, but they moved more than we sometimes imagine. Goods travelled, labourers shifted, messengers walked, boats carried grain, reeds, wool, fish, dates, and stories from one place to another. So he joins a small group moving southward through the river country. The landscape opens around him with a patience that makes human worry seem small. Marsh birds rise in flashes of white. Reeds scrape softly against one another. The smell of wet clay deepens near the channels. On the banks, children drive goats through mud, and fishermen check traps woven from reed. The water is not a background here. It is road, field, mirror, threat, and memory. Eridu waits near the edge of the old southern world. In Sumerian tradition, Eridu was deeply associated with beginnings. It was linked to the god Enki, known in Akkadian as Ea, a deity of wisdom, fresh water, craft, magic, and creation, archaeologically. The site of Eridu shows long occupation and important temple remains, with layers of rebuilding that suggest remarkable continuity of sacred use. To later Mesopotamian imagination, it was not merely old, it was first in a special way. That is the grounded detail. The curious part is that Eridu does not feel like a beginning in the simple sense. It feels like the memory of a beginning already interpreted. A city remembered as first may not be first by every archaeological measure. It may be first because tradition needed a sacred starting point. It may preserve a real antiquity, a ritual importance, or a mythic role that cannot be reduced to one explanation. The uncertainty remains open. Scholars debate how to relate Eridu's archaeological layers to its later literary status as an original city. Was its reputation rooted in early religious importance? Did later scribes magnify its antiquity? Did myths of Enki and the deep waters gather around it because its location and cult made it feel primordial? The evidence allows careful answers, but not total certainty. The rememberer does not know these debates. He only feels that the closer he comes, the quieter the world becomes. Near sunset, the group reaches low ground where the air smells of salt, reeds, and old water. The ruins do not rise like the proud temples of living cities. They seem softened, worn down, folded into the earth. Broken brick lies scattered. Pottery fragments catch the light. Wind passes across the mound and carries fine dust into the mouth. It tastes dry, even near the marsh. He separates from the others under the excuse of looking for shade. The mound does not welcome him dramatically. No hidden door opens, no voice rolls from the sky. There is only wind, pale clay, and the fading warmth of sun on ruined brick. Yet as he climbs, his body begins to know where to step. He avoids a hollow before seeing it clearly. He turns toward a depression where the old temple platforms once rose. He places his hand on a fragment of brick and feels a tremor of recognition. Not ownership, recognition. The attention peak lies in the archaeology of rebuilding. At Eridu, as temple structures were built and rebuilt through many levels, one above another, as if sacred space itself needed renewal. A shrine could remain important even while its physical form changed. The place endured through repetition, not stillness. That thought unsettles him. A sacred place can change and still claim continuity. A memory can be rewritten and still call itself ancient. A god can remain, while the temple around him is rebuilt again and again. Perhaps the official story of beginnings works the same way. Each age lays new brick over an older floor, until no one standing on top can see the first room. But his memory has fallen through. He kneels in the dust as evening thickens. The ground under his palm cools quickly. Small insects move near a shard of pottery. Far off, waterbirds call, their voices thin and lonely. He closes his eyes, and the mound is no longer ruined. He hears work, not the work of his own city, with its accounts and shouted measures, but a deeper rhythm. Baskets of clay passing hand to hand, reed mats dragged across wet ground, water being channeled, a voice giving instructions in a language that feels older than the one he speaks. He sees a platform rising low at first, then renewed, expanded, repaired. He sees offerings placed before a presence associated with sweet water beneath the earth. Enki's domain was the Abzu, the deep freshwater realm imagined beneath the world. In myth, this underground water was not merely physical, it was cosmic, creative, wise, and dangerous in its own way. From it came fertility, craft, and hidden knowledge. The idea is beautiful because it makes wisdom feel like water under the ground, unseen but sustaining everything above. The rememberer presses his fingers into dust. He wonders whether memory is another kind of Abzu, a hidden reservoir, a depth below official speech. The fringe reading would go further. Of course. It would say Eridu preserves the memory of an installation, a first station, a managed beginning where beings associated with wisdom shaped early humanity. That interpretation belongs to modern speculation, not settled scholarship. Yet Eridu's sacred reputation makes it easy to understand why such ideas gather there. A first city, a wise god, deep water, creation themes, and buried temple levels are powerful ingredients. He does not need certainty. He is already afraid. As the sky turns purple, he sees the figure from his dream at the edge of the old platform. Not clearly. Never clearly. It is more like a pressure in the shape of a person. The air around it seems still, while the reeds below continue moving. It does not speak in thunder. It does not command. Instead, the old name returns. This time the name brings images. He sees beings gathered not above the clouds, but near-worked earth. They are not easy to place. Later ages might call them gods because no smaller word could hold them. They measure, divide, instruct, and observe. They are concerned not with worship yet, but with arrangement. A human form lies unfinished, or perhaps not one form, but many. Clay and breath, earth and something not earth. The memory is symbolic, impossible, and intimate. Then he sees fear. Not human fear, the fear of planners whose creation has exceeded its design. The image fades before he can understand it. He opens his eyes to Eridu's ruins and the first stars above them. The mound is only a mound again. A lizard slips between bricks. Wind touches his face. No evidence lies in his hands except dust. This is the cruelty of inner memory. It gives certainty to the one who carries it, and almost nothing to anyone else. He remains there until a companion calls from below. The others have made a small fire. Fish cooks over reeds. Someone laughs about a boatman who lost his sandal in mud. Ordinary life returns with its gentle insistence. He descends slowly, hiding the change in his face. At the fire he eats little. An older traveller speaks of Eridu as a place beloved by Enki, ancient beyond easy reckoning. Another shrugs and says every city claims to be first when it wants respect. The joke is harmless, but the rememberer hears wisdom inside it. Firstness is power. To control the beginning is to control the meaning of everything built afterward. The flames crackle low. Smoke smells of fish oil, reed, and ash. Sparks rise and vanish. Above the mound, the stars remain cold and orderly. The men settle into sleep one by one. The rememberer lies awake, listening to insects and distant water. He understands now that his memory is not random. It is arranged around places. The tablets gave him names. The list gave him sequence. The labour myths gave him purpose. Eridu gives him origin, but not the whole origin. It gives him a feeling of something built over, not destroyed completely. A sacred foundation hidden beneath sacred renovations. If the Anunnaki feared a human who could remember, perhaps they feared this exact movement. A person could walk to the old places and feel where the story had been sealed. He could stand on a mound and sense the room under the room. He could begin to compare official beginnings with the pressure of an older one beneath his feet. That comparison is dangerous. It does not need a crowd. It begins with one person kneeling in dust. Near dawn, he dreams without sleeping deeply. He sees Eridu from above, surrounded by water, reeds, and shining channels. Then the view pulls farther away, and the city becomes one mark among many. Other marks appear across the plain, some known, some nameless, some already gone before the first clear tablets. Lines connect them like threads in a woven net. At the centre of the net, something watches. Not angry, not yet. When the first light comes, he rises with the others. The mound behind him is pale and silent. He takes one small piece of broken, undecorated brick, then returns it to the ground. It is not his to carry. The place has already carried enough. He leaves Eridu with empty hands. Inside him, the buried silence travels. The buried silence does not travel like a secret. It travels like a second shadow. He returns to the city with the others, carrying no relic, no tablet, no proof that anything unusual happened among the worn bricks of Eridu. That should comfort him. It does not. Empty hands are safer, but they are also harder to explain to the restless part of the mind. A stolen object can be hidden. A forbidden memory must be lived with. The city receives him without ceremony. The same lanes open. The same dogs sleep in the shade. The same women grind grain near doorways. The same temple wall catches the morning light. Nothing has changed, which is one of the most unnerving things the world can do after an inward disaster. It simply continues, as if your private collapse has not earned even a small adjustment in the weather. He goes back to work. That is what people do when the soul becomes inconvenient. In the temple stores, he handles jars, tags, tablets, and baskets. He copies numbers. He listens to instructions. He answers when spoken to. From the outside, he is almost improved. Quieter, more careful, less likely to argue over small things. A man who has seen too much may appear obedient because every careless word now has weight. Yet inside him, the old arrangement keeps rearranging itself. He begins to notice how often memory is guided. A priest corrects a hymn because the old wording must be preserved. A scribe rejects a variant line because the school tradition prefers another. A steward reminds a worker that his father's obligation passes to him. A king's name is stamped onto bricks so the building will remember who ordered it, not who raised it. Every role contains a story about why that role exists. This is how societies endure. They teach the past in usable forms. In Mesopotamia, tradition was not casual decoration. It was woven into law. Kingship, ritual, landholding, temple practice, family duty, and scribal education. A city did not survive only through walls and fields. It survived through remembered procedures. The right words had to be said. The right offerings had to be made. The right names had to be kept in the right order. A society can starve from bad harvests. It can also fracture from bad memory. The rememberer understands this, and that understanding keeps him from simple rebellion. He is not childish enough to believe that all order is false. He has seen canals break. He has seen accounts prevent hunger. He has watched ritual calm frighten people after illness, flood, and death. Shared memory holds a city together when the river does not behave. But controlled memory is different. Controlled memory does not merely help people remember. It tells them where memory must stop. The attention peak comes in the smallest object. A clay tablet, once inscribed and dried, can be moistened and erased while still soft. A text can disappear before it ever becomes durable. A scribe can smooth a line away with a thumb and write another. Not every silence in history is caused by time. Some silences may have begun as decisions. He thinks of that often. He imagines a young scribe copying an older text. The source tablet is damaged, or inconvenient, or too strange for the current temple school. The teacher instructs him to use the accepted version. The student obeys. No one calls it suppression. They call it correction. The older line fades without a struggle because the room believes it is protecting tradition. Perhaps it is. Perhaps it's also burying something. The open scholarly uncertainty is real. Modern experts compare manuscripts and variants to understand how Mesopotamian texts changed across time. Some changes reflect language development. Some reflect local theology. Some reflect scribal mistakes, educational habits, or deliberate editing. Determining which is which can be difficult, especially when surviving copies are few or late. The rememberer does not think in scholarly categories. He only knows that a missing phrase once tried to speak through him. Days pass. His silence becomes its own kind of noise. The older priest watches him with the softness of someone who does not want to frighten a bird before closing the net. The senior scribe asks for his help more often, especially with tablets containing old divine names. No accusation is made. No threat is spoken. The system tests by invitation. It offers normal tasks and observes where the abnormal mind hesitates. One afternoon, the rememberer is given a tablet to copy. The clay is fresh. The source is old and chipped, with a broken corner and several uncertain signs. The text concerns the ordering of human duties under divine instruction. It is not a grand epic. It is a smaller ritual or teaching text, the sort of thing that survives poorly because it was practical, copied when needed, and neglected when no longer used. He begins. The stylus presses into damp clay. Each wedge holds a piece of obedience. His hand knows the motion, vertical, horizontal, angled, press and lift. The copied words appear in their proper order, and for a few breaths, he feels almost peaceful. Writing gives the mind a narrow path. It asks for attention, not interpretation. Then he reaches the damaged line. The old tablet gives only the beginning of a phrase. The accepted restoration is written on a small practice shard beside him. He is supposed to complete the line from that aid. The version is familiar, safe, approved. His hand does not move. Another wording rises behind his eyes. It is not longer. It is not more poetic. It is worse because it is clearer. It suggests that humans were given memory as a tool of service, then later restricted when memory turned inward. The phrase is too compact to explain itself. Ancient lines often are. They leave more shadow than speech. He breathes once. He writes the approved version. For a moment, relief comes. Then he notices the senior scribe watching from the doorway. The man's face reveals nothing. That is its revelation. He did not need to see what was written. He needed to see how long the hand paused. Delay can be confession in a room trained by repetition. The rememberer lowers his stylus. The senior scribe steps inside and asks whether the line was difficult. The rememberer says the source was damaged. The scribe agrees. Damaged sources require discipline, he says. One must not let the mind supply what tradition has not preserved. The sentence is gentle. The warning is not. Here the curious fringe tidbit appears like a faint star through smoke. Some modern readers imagine that ancient priesthoods concealed an older memory of human origins, allowing only symbolic fragments to survive through myth. This idea cannot be treated as established history. Yet it echoes a real feature of ancient religious systems. Specialized knowledge was often restricted by role, training, ritual status, or institutional authority. Sacred knowledge did not belong equally to everyone, so the fringe possibility borrows emotional force from a grounded pattern. Certain knowledge was guarded, certain words required context, certain rites were not public, certain names were not casual. The question is not whether ancient Mesopotamians had controlled religious knowledge. They did. The harder question is what kinds of memory were controlled, why they were controlled, and how much of that control shaped the texts that survived. The rememberer's fear grows more precise. He is not afraid of being killed in some dramatic way. The city is not that simple, and the story remains PG-13 in its shadows. He's afraid of being interpreted. A person can be trapped not only by chains, but by being placed into the wrong explanation. Dreamer, liar, possessed, disloyal, confused, useful, dangerous. Each label is a room with a lock. That evening he's invited to a small ritual at the temple edge. The invitation is not optional in the way that matters. A few workers attend. A chant is spoken. Incense burns in a shallow bowl, its scent sharp and resinous. The smoke rises blue in the torchlight and curls around carved doorposts. A priest pours water and recites a line about cleansing the mouth, the hands, and the words. The rememberer stands among them. When the water touches his palms, he feels a sudden image of another cleansing, not of guilt, but of memory. A ritual not meant to purify speech, but to narrow it. A ceremony where names were washed away so that servants would remember tasks, not origins. The image lasts only a breath. He almost sways. A hand steadies him from behind. It is the older priest. The touch is light, almost kind. That kindness frightens him more than anger would have. Anger is easier to answer. Kindness can be part of containment. The priest murmurs that some burdens become lighter when given to the temple. The rememberer says nothing. Above them, the temple wall rises into darkness. Its bricks bear old repairs, new plaster, stains from rain, and faint marks left by hands long gone. It is both shelter and instrument. It protects offerings, preserves rites, organizes labor, and teaches the city what must be remembered. To stand beside it is to feel the beauty of order and the danger of its appetite. Order always wants the whole room. He walks home later through lanes washed in moonlight. The city is quieter than usual, or he is listening harder. A loom creaks behind one wall. A baby wakes and settles. Somewhere, a man sings softly to himself, the tune nearly swallowed by distance. The river wind moves through the streets carrying dampness, reed smell, and the faint rot of standing water. He stops at a corner where three paths meet. One path leads home, one leads toward the temple stores, one leads toward the southern road, where old places wait beneath dust. For a moment, he understands that memory is not only inward now. It has begun to choose directions for him. That is the dangerous stage. A private memory can be ignored, feared, or hidden. A memory that begins to guide action becomes visible to others. It changes where a man walks, which questions he asks, which lines he pauses over, which ruins call to him in sleep. The Anunnaki, if imagined as powers maintaining the architecture of divine order, would fear not memory alone, but memory becoming motion. A human who remembers may become a human who searches. A human who searches may find fragments outside the approved archive, and a human who finds even one old fragment may teach others to listen differently. He chooses the path home. For now, his house is dark. His family sleeps. He sits near the doorway and watches moonlight rest on the packed floor. The clay walls are cool against his back. His hands smell faintly of incense and wet earth. He tries to pray, but the prayer breaks apart into questions. Who first decided what humans should remember? Who sealed the rest away? And why does the forgotten part feel less like knowledge than like a wound? He remains awake until dawn begins to pale the edge of the roof. The city will soon call him back into its measured life. Jars, tablets, offerings, names. The order will ask him to move as he has always moved. He will obey outwardly. Inside, the forbidden shape of memory has become clearer. It is not a single secret. It is the outline of a larger story, one that official words have trimmed, folded, and softened until it can be carried safely through generations. But inside him, the folds are loosening, the trimmed edges are growing back, and somewhere beyond the visible city, in the imagined height where old divine powers keep their decrees, that loosening may already have been noticed. The loosening comes first through water. Not river water, not canal water, not the clean water poured in ritual bowls, but the older water that moves through stories when a world is about to be remade. It arrives in dreams with no shoreline. It fills streets that no longer have names. It lifts door beams, jars, reed mats, animals, tablets, and sleeping voices. It does not rush at first. It rises. The rememberer wakes with his mouth dry. Outside, dawn has not yet reached the roofs. The city lies in a blue hush. Even the animals are quiet, as if some hidden hand has pressed a palm against the world. He sits up slowly, careful not to wake his child. The dream still clings to him, not like fear alone, like instruction. He has dreamed of a flood. That alone would not be strange in Mesopotamia. Flooding belonged to the landscape, the economy, and the imagination. The Tigris and Euphrates could nourish fields, shift channels, ruin settlements, and leave behind new layers of silt. Water was life, but never obedient. People who lived between great rivers understood that survival depended on watching banks, canals, seasons, and signs. A flood story in such a world is not surprising. What is surprising is how deeply it enters memory. Mesopotamian literature preserves flood traditions in several forms, including the Sumerian flood story, the Atrahasis epic, and the later flood account embedded in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Details differ, but the pattern is powerful. The gods decide on destruction. One human receives a warning. A vessel is built. Life survives. Afterward, the world continues, but not as it was. The mainstream detail is clear. Flood traditions were part of ancient Mesopotamian mythic imagination, and they likely drew emotional force from real experiences of destructive flooding. Yet the texts do more than remember weather. They transform catastrophe into a question about divine intention, human survival, and the fragile continuity of civilization. The rememberer knows none of this as literature. He knows only the dream in it. He stood on a roof while the city below filled with water. The water carried straw, oil jars, broken doors, and the pale bodies of clay tablets not yet fired. He watched them soften and lose their signs. That sight troubled him more than the drowning streets. A person can die once. A tablet can die with many voices inside it. Then he heard someone calling from behind him, not with sound, with memory. The caller did not say his name. It offered him a sequence: gather, seal, lift, carry. The words were practical, almost dull. No thunder, no poetry, just instructions for preservation. He saw a reed boat, or perhaps a chest, or perhaps only the idea of an ark reduced to its simplest meaning. Keep this through the water. The attention peak is quiet but bright. In Mesopotamian flood stories, survival depends not only on escaping death, but on preserving continuity. Animals, skills, offerings, family, and knowledge must cross the waters. The flood erases, but the survivor becomes a living bridge. A living bridge can become dangerous, because the survivor remembers both sides. By sunrise, the rememberer's hands tremble slightly as he washes. His wife notices and asks whether he is ill. He says he slept badly. That is true. She studies him a moment longer, then returns to grinding grain. Marriage, like history, often survives by accepting partial explanations. At the temple, the day begins with ordinary work, but the dreamers change the weight of every object. A sealed jar looks like something meant to survive disaster. A basket of tablets looks suddenly vulnerable. A list of offerings feels like proof that the city believes tomorrow will resemble today. He wants to warn someone, but warning is dangerous when no event has occurred. Ancient divination allowed signs to be interpreted, but signs needed proper channels. A dream could be taken to specialists, yet the dreamer did not control its meaning once spoken. The temple could fold his vision into ritual, diagnose it as anxiety, or treat it as evidence that his mind had wandered into places it should not have entered. The older priest finds him near the tablet shelf. "You are pale," the priest says. The rememberer answers that the heat has been heavy, though the morning is still cool. The priest looks toward the tablets, then back to him. His eyes are not cruel. That is becoming a pattern. Cruelty would let the rememberer feel innocent. Concern makes him feel observed. The priest tells him that water dreams should not be carried alone. There it is, a small sentence with a deep hook. The rememberer had told no one. For a moment, the room seems to narrow around the clay shelves. Dust hangs in the lamp glow, somewhere nearby. A scribe coughs. The rememberer feels the old fear open like a door beneath his feet. Either the priest guessed, or someone listens where speech has not gone. He asks carefully why the priest mentions water. The priest smiles with practiced softness and says many men dream of rivers in flood season. This may be true, but the season is not yet right. The answer is plausible enough to stand, and weak enough to tremble. No more is said. Work resumes. The curious fringe tidbit enters through this unease. Some speculative traditions imagine that the flood was not only a natural catastrophe remembered through myth, but a deliberate reset of human civilization, perhaps connected to divine dissatisfaction with human noise, growth, or forbidden awareness. Mainstream scholarship reads the flood myths through theology, environment, literary tradition, and ancient concerns about mortality and order. Yet the texts themselves sometimes portray the gods as divided, troubled, or regretful over human destruction. That emotional complexity matters. The gods are not always serene. In atrahasis, human overpopulation and noise disturb the gods, leading to attempts to reduce humanity. The flood becomes part of a divine crisis over the very beings created to relieve labour. This is a strange moral tangle. Humans are made useful, then become too numerous or disruptive. The solution becomes terrifyingly large. A god warns a human, preserving what another divine decision would erase. A system turns against its own outcome, then part of the system saves it. The open scholarly debate lies in how to understand these tensions. Are they reflections of ecological stress, urban crowding, theological discomfort, ritual storytelling, or inherited mythic structures? Do they preserve memories of real floods amplified into cosmic narrative? Most careful answers include several possibilities, because ancient myths are rarely single-purpose machines. The rememberer carries the tangle like a stone. If the flood represents erasure, then the warned human represents memory that escapes erasure. Not all memory, not complete truth, just enough to rebuild, enough to name the disaster, enough to say there was a before. That is what frightens him. He begins to wonder whether the dangerous human in any age is not the one who prevents destruction, but the one who survives it with memory intact. The one who can say, "This has happened once." The one who knows the new order is not original, only restored. The one who remembers the fear in the gods. By afternoon, a hot wind comes from the south. It moves dust through the courtyard and rattles reed screens against the walls. Workers cover tablets with cloth. A young scribe complains that dust ruins clean signs. The senior scribe tells him dust is patient and therefore always wins. No one laughs much, but the line is not wrong. The rememberer is asked to help move older tablets from one shelf to another. Among them is a damaged flood text, or something close to one. Not the grand version later readers might know, but a fragment with references to water, divine decision, and a man instructed in secret. Several signs are unclear. The surface is cracked across the middle. The broken lines force the eye to leap, and in that leap, imagination grows. His fingers pause over the phrase that survives. A warning came through a wall, or through a reed structure, or through the boundary between speaker and listener. The exact wording is debated in known flood traditions, where the god's message may be conveyed indirectly, A divine warning does not always arrive face to face. It may come through a barrier, as if even mercy must obey rules. That detail strikes him hard. Even rescue is controlled. The God who saves does not simply announce rebellion before the assembly. He speaks in a way that preserves deniability, ritual distance, or cosmic order. The human hears enough to survive, but perhaps not enough to fully understand. Knowledge is granted in fragments, even at the edge of annihilation. The rememberer suddenly sees himself in that pattern. He has not been given a complete memory. He has been given leaks through walls, a name in the dark, a line almost spoken, a place under his skin, a flood without a date. Each fragment is a warning, but also a test, enough to disturb him, not enough to free him. The tablet nearly slips from his hand. The senior scribe takes it gently and tells him to rest. This kindness again, always this kindness, surrounding him like a net made of soft cord. At dusk, the city receives a brief rain. It is not enough to flood anything. It only darkens the dust, releases the smell of clay, and makes the streets shine for a few minutes under clouded light. Children run outside to feel it. Adults pull goods away from doorways. The temple roof drips steadily into a jar placed beneath one corner. The rememberer stands under an awning and watches water bead on the ground. Each drop makes a small dark circle. For a moment, he sees a map of vanished cities forming in the wet dust. Circles joined by thin channels. Eridu, Shurupak, Sipa. Names from the list. Names not from the list. A web of settlements before and after catastrophe. Then a cartwheel cuts across the mud, and the map is gone. That is how ancient memory often appears. Briefly. Then under a wheel, night comes humid and close. He returns home and finds his child awake, frightened by distant thunder. He sits beside the child and speaks softly until the small body relaxes. He does not tell stories of gods. He tells of reeds bending in wind, of fish hiding under cool water, of the moon watching the river without falling in. The child sleeps. The rememberer stays seated. He understands now that memory is not only a threat to power, it is also a burden of care. To remember a flood is to fear for those who do not. To remember an older world is to grieve a loss others cannot name. To remember divine fear is to feel less protected by divine order. And if the Anunnaki feared a human who could remember, perhaps they feared the survivor's role most of all. A remembered catastrophe can become a warning. A warning can become refusal. A refusal can become the first shape of freedom. The rain stops near midnight. The city smells washed and vulnerable. Somewhere beyond the walls, frogs begin calling from newly damp places. The sound is soft, repetitive, almost like a chant. The rememberer leans against the doorway and watches clouds move away from the stars. He does not know whether the flood dream shows the past or a symbolic truth shaped by fear. He does not know whether the priest guessed or perceived something deeper. He does not know whether the memory inside him is gift, accident, punishment, or inheritance. He knows only this: water erases many things, but not everything. Some names float, some warnings cross, some human beings wake with the other side still inside them. Some names float, but they do not always float gently. One of them reaches him through a royal inscription. The tablet is not in his hands at first. It belongs to a visiting official, a man travelling with attendants, seal-bearers, and enough self-importance to fill a courtyard before he steps into it. He has come from another city with messages, offerings, and a request wrapped in polite phrases. The temple receives him carefully. Hospitality is not kindness alone. It is politics wearing clean clothing. The rememberer works near the edge of the reception hall, carrying tablets between scribes. He's meant to be useful and forgettable. That is often the safest shape a person can take. His head remains lowered, his steps remain measured, yet he listens, because listening has become the one labour he cannot stop performing. The official speaks of boundary disputes, temple privileges, and old claims confirmed by older kings. Kings are very fond of oldness. They do not merely want land. They want land with memory beneath it. A field is more valuable when a past ruler once granted it. A temple right is stronger when an ancient name supports it. A city's honour becomes firmer when its traditions seem to descend from before the grandparents of anyone present. In Mesopotamia, kings often used inscriptions to present themselves as builders, restorers, chosen servants of gods, or rightful holders of power. They repaired temples, dug canals, defeated rivals, and claimed to renew ancient order. Royal inscriptions were not neutral reporting. They were crafted memory. They told later readers how the king wanted to stand inside time. This is the grounded truth of the hall. Power speaks to the future in prepared phrases. The visiting official unrolls a cloth and reveals a tablet. Not fresh administrative clay, but a copied inscription attached to an older claim. Its signs refer to a ruler who restored a shrine, confirmed offerings, and invoked divine favour. The senior scribe reads with proper attention. The older priest listens. The room grows still in the way rooms grow still when property and holiness are being joined together. Then the name appears, not a god's name this time, a king's. The rememberer has never heard it spoken in the living city. Yet something in him answers. The sound strikes a depth opened by floodwater and Eridu dust. He sees a man standing at the edge of a platform under white noonlight. He sees bronze, wool, dark hair, a hand lifted in formal prayer. He sees the king listening to something that should have remained in the temple's inner rooms. A ruler who heard too much. The vision is gone before the official finishes speaking. The attention peak arrives with a small historical oddity. Many ancient rulers present themselves as restorers of earlier foundations, not inventors of new worlds. They claim to rebuild what was ancient, renew what was neglected, and return order to a proper state. Kingship often looks backward while moving power forward. That backward gaze matters. A king who restores an old temple is not only repairing bricks, he is claiming access to the past. He says, in effect, I know what this place was meant to be. I return it to its rightful form. That claim can comfort a city. It can also overwrite other memories of what stood there. The rememberer feels this like pressure in his teeth. The official continues. The inscription says the old king received favourable signs. It mentions a dream, or perhaps an omen, depending on how one reads the damaged phrase. The senior scribe pauses over the line, then chooses the safer reading. A dream would imply too much intimacy between king and god. An omen can be interpreted through proper channels. The choice is small. The effect is not. The rememberer sees again the king at the platform, but now the king is not alone. Beside him stands a priest whose face is tense with restraint. Before them lies a tablet older than the reign itself. The king has read, or been told, a line that suggests the god's favour is not owned by his city alone. Authority has moved before. Authority can move again. A ruler who hears that too clearly may become either humble or dangerous. Most choose dangerous. The curious fringe possibility enters like a whisper behind the royal name. Some speculative readings imagine ancient kings as inheritors of knowledge from pre-flood or semi-divine teachers, and some attach this to traditions of sages, divine counselors, or beings who brought civilization. Mainstream scholarship treats such themes through mythology, royal ideology, and scribal tradition. Yet the old texts do preserve fascinating figures who mediate knowledge between gods and humans. The Apkallu, for example, appear in Mesopotamian tradition as ancient sages associated with wisdom and culture. In later accounts, they can be linked to pre-flood time and to the transmission of civilizing arts. Their details vary, and they should not be flattened into one modern category. Still, they show that Mesopotamian imagination allowed knowledge to descend through special beings before ordinary human order became stable. That idea brushes against the rememberer's fear. What if kings feared forgotten knowledge because they also needed it? What if authority requires old memory, but only in controlled amounts? A king must appear ancient enough to rule, but not so exposed to older truth that his throne looks temporary. He must claim divine favour, but not reveal that divine favour has passed across many cities like a lamp moving from hand to hand. He must honour the past while preventing the past from becoming a rival. The open, scholarly uncertainty turns around the way royal ideology used older tradition. Did rulers preserve genuine local memories? Did scribes reshape traditions to support current power? Did ancient foundations become political tools precisely because no one could fully verify their original meanings? The evidence offers many examples, but motives remain partly hidden. Motives are rarely fired into clay. By late afternoon, the official is shown through the temple precinct. The rememberer is ordered to accompany the group with water and tablets. They pass storerooms, courtyards, low chambers, and a brick platform where repairs are underway. Workers stand aside. The official nods as if the temple has arranged itself for his approval. Near the repair site, an old foundation cone is brought out for inspection. Such objects were sometimes placed in walls or foundations, inscribed to commemorate building work and royal devotion. They were messages to gods, future rulers, and perhaps to time itself. The official admires it. The priest explains its age. The senior scribe adds details about the king named upon it. The rememberer looks at the cone and feels another inner shift. A foundation object is a buried statement. It says, "Remember this builder when the wall is opened again." It assumes that future hands will find the message and accept the claim. But what if another object lay beneath it? What if every foundation message covers one older still? The city becomes a stack of royal voices, each saying, "Begin with me." Begin with me, that is the lie every age tells softly. He does not say this aloud. The older priest notices his expression and moves closer. The official is busy praising the workmanship, which is convenient. The priest asks whether the object troubles him. The rememberer says only that buried words must feel lonely. It is a foolish answer, but not unsafe. The priest's eyes sharpen. "Buried words are safest," he says. The phrase chills him more than accusation. The group moves on, but the rememberer remains inwardly behind, still staring at the place where the cone was held. He imagines the old king whose name it bears. Perhaps the king truly loved the god. Perhaps he sincerely restored what had fallen. Perhaps he also feared what earlier foundations might say. Human motives do not need to be pure to be powerful. They only need enough ritual around them to survive. The visiting official stays through evening. At the meal, formal politeness covers every possible disagreement. Dates are served, beer is poured, bread is broken, musicians play softly at the courtyard edge. The air smells of roasted grain, lamp oil, wool, and pressed bodies. The official tells a story about his city's ancient rites. The priest answers with a story about this temple's older rites. No one raises a voice. The conflict remains wrapped in memory. The rememberer listens and understands another layer. Power does not only fight with weapons. It fights with beginnings. Who was first? Who received the god? Who restored the shrine? Who held the tablet? Who preserved the true wording? Who has the right to say what the past means? These questions move more quietly than armies, but they can prepare the road for them. And somewhere inside these questions stands the human who remembers too much. The king who heard too much may not be the same as the rememberer, yet their dangers touch. A king with forbidden memory can weaponize it. A worker with forbidden memory can humanize it. One turns hidden knowledge into claim, the other turns it into doubt. Both disturb the approved distribution of the past. That night, after the official retires, the senior scribe sends for the rememberer. The room is lit by a single lamp. A tablet lies on the table between them. It is the copy of the royal inscription, open to the uncertain line. The scribe asks him to read it. The request is simple, but the air around it is not. The older priest stands in shadow by the wall. The rememberer reads the line as the senior scribe read it earlier. An omen, not a dream. The senior scribe asks whether another reading is possible. The rememberer feels the trap, but also the ache of the line itself. Clay asks to be read truly. That is its own temptation. He says the signs are damaged. The safer reading is omen. A more intimate reading is possible, but uncertain. The priest asks what he means by intimate. He has gone too far. A small silence opens. The rememberer answers that dreams bring a god too near the sleeper. While omens allow trained men to stand between message and meaning, it is a careful answer, almost scholarly. It is also too revealing for someone of his rank. The senior scribe does not scold him. He looks sad. Sadness can be another form of fear. The priest steps toward the table and places one finger beside the damage phrase. He says some men are ruined by reading gaps as invitations. Others are preserved by letting gaps remain gaps. The rememberer nods, but inside him, the royal vision opens one final time. The king at the platform, the old tablet, the priest trying to contain the moment, a ruler hearing that divine order has previous layers, a memory entering power and becoming dangerous. When the vision closes, the lamp has burned lower. The two men are watching him. This time, he cannot pretend nothing happened. His face has betrayed the inner weather. The senior scribe covers the tablet with cloth. He tells the rememberer to go home and sleep. No one in that room believes sleep will help. The streets outside are empty except for a few late workers and the distant movement of animals. Moonlight lies on the walls. The rememberer walks slowly, feeling the city's layers pressing upward beneath his sandals. Foundations under foundations, kings under kings, stories under stories, each age claiming to restore the beginning, while pushing the earlier beginning deeper down. He thinks of the king who heard too much. Perhaps that king built more temples to cover his fear. Perhaps he ordered more inscriptions to control the memory. Perhaps he grew pious, paranoid, or both. Power often kneels and grips at the same time. At his doorway, the rememberer pauses and looks back toward the temple. The top of the structure is dark against the stars. It appears firm, permanent, unquestioned. Yet he now knows how many voices live under its bricks. He knows that kings have listened at the edge of forbidden memory and tried to turn it into authority. He knows that priests have heard the danger in damaged lines. He knows that a single alternate reading can shift the distance between heaven and earth. Inside the house, his family sleeps. He does not enter at once. For the first time, he wonders whether the Anunnaki feared not only remembering humans, but remembering rulers. A worker's memory is a crack. A king's memory can become a gate. Through that gate, old claims return, and every throne built on simplified origin begins to tremble. The night remains still. No answer comes, only the royal name, floating in him like a shard of fired clay, too sharp to swallow and too old to throw away. The royal name keeps its edge through the following days. It cuts into ordinary things, a seal rolled across clay, a priest tying a cord around a vessel, a star appearing too early in the pale edge of evening. None of these should disturb him. They belong to the daily grammar of the city, yet each one seems to carry a second meaning now, as if every object has begun to speak in a language beneath its proper use. The first true sign comes from a cylinder seal. It belongs to a merchant attached loosely to the temple economy, a man whose goods pass through several hands and therefore require good records. He is proud of the seal and lets others see it more often than necessary. That is very human. Even in a world of gods and kings, people enjoy owning something finely made. The seal is small enough to hide in a fist, carved from dark stone with pale veins running through it. When rolled across wet clay, it leaves a scene of figures beneath astral symbols. A human stands with one hand lifted. A seated divine figure faces him. Between them is a crescent, a star, and a cluster of marks that may represent celestial signs, ritual objects, or something less certain. The rememberer sees it and feels the air change. Cylinder seals were common in Mesopotamia, used for administration, identity, and security. They could mark ownership, authorize transactions, and seal containers or doors. But they were also miniature artworks, carrying images of banquets, animals, heroes, monsters, worshippers, divine beings, and cosmic symbols. To modern scholars, they are invaluable because they compress social, religious, and visual meaning into tiny rolling worlds. That grounded fact is enough to make them mysterious. The seal is both lock and story. He watches the merchant roll the seal again. The image repeats, perfect and continuous, as if the same sacred meeting can be made to happen whenever the stone turns. The repeated scene feels almost like a ritual in miniature. Press, roll, lift. A god appears, a human approaches. A symbol shines above them. The attention peak rests in that repetition. A cylinder seal can make one carved scene repeat endlessly across clay, turning a single image into a patterned memory. Ancient authority could be visual, portable, and renewable with the motion of a hand. The rememberer thinks of the Anunnaki as a pattern repeated across generations, not always identical, not always clear, but recurring. The merchant laughs and says the stars on the seal bring good fortune. A young scribe says they may honour a particular deity. Another man suggests the maker simply liked the design. The room accepts all three possibilities with the calm flexibility of people who do not need every symbol to be solved before lunch. The rememberer envies them. He cannot look away from the star. In Mesopotamian culture, celestial observation became deeply important. Later Babylonian scholars developed sophisticated traditions of astronomy and astrology, tracking planets, eclipses, lunar cycles, and omens. Even earlier, celestial bodies were tied to divine powers. The moon, sun, and Venus had major religious significance. The sky was not empty space. It was a writing surface of gods, cycles, and warnings. Yet exactly how every symbol on every early seal should be read remains debated. Some images have clear parallels, others resist certainty. A star may signify divinity. A crescent may suggest the moon. A strange arrangement may be decorative, symbolic, local, or tied to meanings now lost. Scholars compare styles, contexts, and inscriptions, but small ancient pictures often keep their final privacy. The rememberer feels that privacy is a challenge. He carries the seal impression to a storage area, where it will dry and preserve the transaction. The clay is still soft. The star in the design catches a bit of light. For a moment, the mark seems deeper than the rest, as if it had been pressed not by stone, but by memory itself. Then the inner image comes. He sees a night roof in a city older than his own. People stand in rows, not praying exactly, but watching the sky with disciplined attention. Beside them are tablets marked with numbers and signs. A senior figure speaks of cycles, risings, disappearances, returns. The stars are not distant ornament, they are part of a schedule, not for beauty, for management. The vision leaves him chilled. If the divine order is reflected in the sky, then memory is also celestial. It returns, it repeats, it can be predicted, hidden, waited for. Perhaps this is why the Anunnaki, in later imagination, become so easily connected with stars by modern mystery seekers. The ancient record itself binds gods, planets, heavens, and destiny into patterns that feel larger than human life. A careful note is needed even inside the dream. There is no responsible historical basis for claiming that every astral symbol on Mesopotamian seals represents the Anunnaki as visitors from the stars. That belongs to modern speculation, but the ancient Mesopotamian sky was undeniably sacred and meaningful. The gods were linked to celestial bodies, and celestial events could be interpreted as messages. This gives the fringe reading a surface to cling to, even when it stretches beyond evidence. The rememberer does not think of evidence. He thinks of order above order. Temples on earth, stars above, tablets between them. That evening, he climbs to a roof after work, carrying a small bowl of water. He says he wants cool air. His wife is too tired to question this. The city below him settles into evening rhythm. Fires dim. Animals shift. Voices fall into pockets of conversation. From the temple, a distant chant rises and fades. The sky clears slowly from bronze to blue-black. The moon is thin. The first bright planet appears low near the horizon. He watches until the stars strengthen. He has seen the sky all his life, but tonight it does not feel like openness. It feels like an archive no hand can reach. Every star sits where it should sit, or where trained watchers say it should. The pattern is beautiful. Beauty can also be a cage. He dips a finger into the bowl and touches the water to his eyelids. It is an old household gesture, not a formal rite. Yet as the coolness passes over his skin, he remembers the seal's repeated scene and the star above the human figure. He imagines the seal rolling forever. God, human, star, God, human, star, until the clay strip becomes a circle, an endless appointment. Then comes the open question that will not leave him. Did ancient symbols represent fixed meanings known to their users, or did a meaning shift according to context, city, period, and viewer? Modern scholarship can identify broad patterns, but not every ancient glance can be recovered. A seal owner may have understood his image differently from the carver, the scribe, or the priest who saw it impressed on clay. Meaning is not always stored in the object. Sometimes it lives in the relationship. The rememberer begins to suspect that his own memories work the same way. The old name, Eridu, the flood, the king, the star. Each fragment means little alone. Together, they are forming a relationship he does not control. They are less like pieces of a broken tablet and more like stars in a constellation. The pattern appears only when the mind draws lines. But who taught his mind to draw them? That question passes through him with a soft terror. The curious fringe image returns, cautious and strange. Some modern interpreters claim that ancient star lore preserves memories of non-human teachers who organized early civilization. The mainstream view understands these traditions through religion, agriculture, royal power, divination, and long observation of the sky. Yet even mainstream history recognizes the wonder. Human beings in Mesopotamia watched the heavens carefully enough to build intellectual traditions that endured for centuries. There is no need to exaggerate that. It is astonishing already. On the roof, he feels very small beneath the stars, not worthless, just temporary. The sky has seen cities rise from reed huts to temple platforms. It has seen floods lay silt over fields. It has watched kings claim eternity from brick and breath. It has watched scribes press names into clay, and it has watched clay return to dust. The stars remain, but not unchanged in meaning. Every age reads them again. A sound rises from the lane below. Two men speaking quietly. One mentions his name. The rememberer freezes. He cannot hear the full sentence. Only a few words. Temple. Dreams. Old signs. Then the voices move away. It may be nothing. It is never nothing anymore. He stays on the roof until the bowl water cools completely. When he descends, the house is dark. His child turns in sleep and murmurs a word that sounds almost like the forbidden name, though perhaps it is only a child's broken dream language. The rememberer stands motionless beside the bedding. The word does not repeat. A new fear enters him. Memory may not stay contained in one mind. Families inherit gestures, phrases, fears, songs, debts, and duties. Stories pass through lullabies and warnings. A father's silence can teach a child as strongly as speech. If he carries an older memory, what leaks from him into the house? What might his child absorb without knowing it? The Anunnaki's fear sharpens again. A human who remembers is one problem. A human who transmits memory is another. The next day, he returns to the merchant's seal impression under the excuse of checking the tablet. It has dried now, hardening the tiny scene. He studies the star, the seated figure, the lifted hand. A practical mark for a transaction has become, for him, a map of access. Who approaches, who permits, what shines above, what is repeated every time the seal rolls. He notices a small detail missed at first. Behind the seated figure is another sign, partially blurred by pressure. It may be a tool, a plant, a divine emblem, or simply an imperfect carving. but to his memory, it resembles a gate, not a door in a wall, a boundary between levels of knowing. He touches the edge of the tablet, and the older vision returns only faintly. This time he sees no beings, no platform, no flood. He sees a row of seals hanging in darkness, each one carved with a different scene, each one capable of repeating its world when rolled across clay. A voice, calm and distant, says that humans were not denied memory completely. They were given memory in patterns. Patterns could guide. Patterns could limit. The vision fades into the smell of drying clay and wool. He exhales slowly. If memory is patterned, then forgetting may be patterned too. Not empty loss, but arranged absence. A city remembers the king, not the brickmaker. A myth remembers creation, not every failed attempt. A flood story remembers the survivor, not all drowned libraries. A seal remembers the sacred meeting, not the ordinary hand that pressed it. This thought does not comfort him. It makes the whole world feel edited. By evening, the older priest calls him again, but this time not for questions. He gives him a small task in the outer archive. Nothing special, the priest says, only sorting old ceilings whose tablets have been lost, clay lumps without their original documents, impressions without context, authority detached from the words it once secured. The rememberer sits alone with them. Here is the quiet peak of the day. A seal impression can survive when the document it sealed is gone. The mark of authority may remain after the message disappears. Future readers may know that something was protected, but not what it was. He turns one sealing over in his hand. It is a perfect symbol for the world closing around him. The gods remain. The seals remain. The temple remains. The official versions remain. But what was sealed beneath them may be missing, hidden or dissolved. And still, the impression of control survives. Outside, night gathers again. The first stars appear, remote and patient. He doesn't climb to the roof this time. He remains among the broken ceilings until the lamp burns low. Each small clay lump carries a pattern from a lost act of closure. Each one says, something passed here, and someone wanted it secured. At last, he finds one ceiling unlike the rest. The image is badly worn, but the star is clear. Beneath it, a human figure stands not before a seated god, but facing away, as if leaving the scene. That may be a trick of damage. It may be nothing. The responsible mind would say nothing. His memory says otherwise. He feels the forbidden name stir, then settle into silence. The ceiling fits in his palm like a cooled ember. He does not steal it. He only holds it long enough to understand why controlled memory needs symbols, stars, seals, and rituals. Words can be challenged. Images can repeat without explaining themselves. A pattern can rule quietly for longer than any spoken command. When he finally returns the ceiling to its basket, his hand is steady. That steadiness frightens him most. He is no longer merely receiving fragments. He's beginning to read the system around the fragments. He sees how earth and sky, seal and tablet, ritual and office, god and worker, all join into an order that teaches people where to stand. And somewhere in that order, a human who remembers may begin to turn around and face away from the scene carved for him. The figure facing away stays with him through sleep. It does not become a dream at first. It remains only an image behind the eyes, a small worn shape pressed into clay, turning from the divine scene as if it had heard something beyond the frame. By dawn, the image has grown heavier than its size should allow. A damaged ceiling should not change a man's breathing, yet the smallest ancient things often carry the largest unease. That morning the temple is unusually busy. A storeroom floor is cracked after days of heat and old settling. Workers are called to clear jars, baskets, reed mats, and wooden stands from the room. The damage is not dramatic. No wall has fallen, no shrine has split open. It is only a line in packed earth, widening where feet have crossed it for years. The rememberer is sent with others to help. The room smells of stale grain, dust, mouse droppings, and clay that has not seen open air in a long time. Light enters from a high opening and catches floating particles, making the whole chamber seem underwater. Workers lift jars and carry them into the courtyard. A steward complains about lost inventory. A young scribe mutters totals under his breath, trying not to lose the count. Ordinary disorder. Useful disorder. When the reed mats are pulled away, the crack looks darker beneath. One worker taps the floor with the handle of a tool. The sound changes, hollow. Not dramatically hollow. Not the kind of sound that makes everyone gasp. Just different enough for silence to gather. The older priest arrives, then the senior scribe. Their faces reveal too little too quickly. The floor is opened with care. Packed clay comes away in dry chunks. Beneath it lies a shallow cavity lined with older bricks. Not large enough for a chamber, but large enough for concealment. Inside are broken tablets, ceilings, a small jar, and what may once have been a cloth bundle, now only dark traces against dust. No one speaks for several breaths. A hidden archive has been found below the floor. This is not impossible in the ancient world. Tablets and foundation objects could be stored, buried, deposited, discarded, or forgotten under buildings and floors. Archives could be disturbed by rebuilding, fire, conquest, abandonment, or routine clearing. Archaeologists sometimes find tablets in places that raise questions about whether they were stored intentionally, dumped after use, or preserved by accident. That uncertainty makes the discovery more powerful. A buried group of texts is not automatically a secret library. It may be an old discard. It may be a ritual deposit. It may be damaged school material placed out of sight. It may be something hidden during danger and never recovered. Context matters. And context is often broken before anyone knows how much it mattered. But in that storeroom, with dust rising around the opened floor, the rememberer feels no ordinary discard. He feels the room under the room. The attention peak is quiet and exact. The most dangerous texts are not always hidden because they are forbidden. Sometimes they become dangerous only because they were separated from their explanation. A tablet without its setting becomes a question no living authority can fully control. The older priest orders the workers back. Only the senior scribe, the steward, and 2 trusted assistants remain. The rememberer expects to be dismissed too. Instead, the senior scribe looks at him and says he has steady hands. The phrase is almost absurd. His hands have never felt less steady. Yet he kneels beside the opened floor and helps lift the first tablet from the dust. It is cracked across one side. The signs are old, but not unreadable. The senior scribe brushes it lightly, then stops. His face changes by almost nothing. That almost nothing is enough. The tablet is placed on a board. Another follows, then a third. The jar contains small clay tags with seal impressions, some broken, some intact. The ceiling shows symbols worn by pressure and time, seated figures, stars, boats, reeds, gates, and one sign that makes the rememberer's throat tighten. A human figure facing away, not the same ceiling, a related pattern. Perhaps a common motif damaged into resemblance. Perhaps his mind is making kinship where none exists. A responsible scholar would warn against reading too much into partial impressions. Damage can create false patterns. Human minds are excellent at finding faces in clouds and conspiracies in chipped stone. Still, as his body reacts before caution arrives, the senior scribe notices. The older priest notices the noticing. The hidden tablets are carried to a side chamber. The floor is covered for the moment with boards and a woven mat. Outside, the displaced jars wait in the sun, their seals dull and practical. Workers whisper. Nobody knows what has been found, but everyone knows that not knowing is often where rumours begin. By afternoon, the rememberer is summoned to the side chamber. The door is closed behind him. The tablets lie on a low table. The senior scribe has sorted them into groups. Some are accounts, older than the current storage system. Some are damaged beyond quick reading. Some contain ritual phrases. One appears to preserve part of a myth or theological instruction, though the beginning is missing. The older priest stands with folded hands. and his stillness makes the room feel smaller. The senior scribe asks him to read a line. He looks down. The signs describe a duty assigned to humankind. That much is familiar. Then the line shifts toward memory, but the broken surface interrupts the phrase. Several signs remain clear: clay, breath, task, return, and a word that may mean remembering, calling to mind, or invoking, depending on context. The open scholarly uncertainty lives inside that word. Ancient languages do not always map cleanly onto modern categories. A word can carry ritual, mental, vocal, and social meaning at once. To remember may also mean to recite. To invoke may also mean to preserve. To name may also mean to make present. Translation can open a text, but it can also narrow it. The senior scribe asks what he sees. The rememberer gives the safest reading first. Humans are made to perform tasks and remember ritual obligations. This fits temple life. It fits known patterns. It is sensible, almost dull. The senior scribe nods. The priest asks for the less safe reading. There is no kindness in the question now, only recognition. The rememberer lowers his gaze to the damaged tablet. The older line rises within him, not complete, but closer than any fragment has come. It suggests that humans were made to carry a return of memory, not only memory of offerings, but memory that could bring something old back into awareness. Then another phrase, broken and uncertain, seems to warn that such remembering must be measured, divided, or placed under watch. He does not say all of this. He says the text may imply that memory itself was considered a duty requiring control. The priest closes his eyes. The senior scribe exhales as if a long-expected storm has finally reached the city. The curious fringe possibility glows at the edge of the scene. Some modern speculative writers would seize such a phrase and turn it into proof of designed human memory, ancient intervention, or suppressed origin knowledge. That would be too much. A damaged tablet in a fictional telling cannot prove anything, and even real tablets require careful context. Yet the imaginative force comes from real Mesopotamian concerns: humans, gods, labour, ritual memory, divine command, and the fear that knowledge must be contained. The room feels old enough to be listening. The priest speaks first. He says certain texts are not hidden because they are false. They are hidden because truth without preparation can become illness. A child given a blade cuts himself. A worker given a royal seal ruins the household. A dreamer given old words may mistake echo for command. The rememberer hears the argument's strength. That is what frightens him. Control often survives because it contains some wisdom. Not every secret is tyranny. Not every restriction is fear. Some knowledge really can damage a mind, a family, a city, or a fragile peace. A flood warning spoken too early may cause panic. A royal weakness announced publicly may invite war. A ritual formula used without context may become nonsense or worse. But the priest's argument has another side. Who decides when preparation is complete? Who names the child? The worker? The dreamer? Who keeps the seal? The rememberer asks none of this aloud. The senior scribe asks whether he has dreamed of tablets under tablets. The question is so precise that the rememberer's silence answers it. The old man looks away, not in triumph, but grief. Perhaps he too has carried fragments. Perhaps he once chose the approved line and never forgave himself. Perhaps every guardian of memory is also a former prisoner of it. The hidden archive has altered the room's balance. Until now, the rememberer's memories could be dismissed as private disturbance. Now a physical fragment has answered him. Not completely, but enough. It does not prove his visions. It does not validate every fear. It simply shows that beneath the visible storehouse lay older words that the visible system did not teach. That's enough to make the air dangerous. Evening falls while they continue sorting. Lamps are lit. Shadows move across the tablets like water over stones. One fragment lists offerings to a form of a divine name, no longer used in the current ritual. Another mentions a location that may be a district, a shrine, or a vanished settlement. Another preserves only endings of lines, a series of broken phrases that feel like footsteps disappearing into dust. The rememberer grows tired, but the tiredness is clean. For the first time, he's not alone with the pressure. The clay is spoken beside him, brokenly, ambiguously, but spoken. The priest orders the tablets wrapped and moved to an inner room. The official explanation will be simple. Old administrative material discovered under damaged flooring. To most people, that will be boring enough to be safe. Boredom is an underrated guardian. Many secrets survive because no one wants to hear about storage management. A faint humour touches the senior scribe's mouth when the priest says this. Then it disappears. Before dismissing him, the priest gives the rememberer a warning. He says there are archives below floors in many forms. Some are made of clay. Some are made of bloodline. Some are made of dreams. To open one is to disturb all three. The phrase is too strange to be casual. The rememberer asks what happens when an archive opens by itself. The priest looks toward the wrapped tablets. Then those above it must decide whether to read, seal, or burn. The word burn is spoken quietly. No threat is needed. The rememberer walks home under a sky without clouds. The city smells of cooling brick, old smoke, and damp reed baskets left near doorways. Somewhere, a woman sings while grinding grain for the next day. The rhythm of the stone is slow, circular, patient. It sounds like memory wearing itself smooth. Inside him, the hidden archive remains open. He thinks of all the floors under all the rooms, storehouses, temples, houses, schools, palaces. How many older words sleep beneath ordinary life? How many texts were hidden, forgotten, discarded, or protected? How many messages survived without context, waiting to be misread by frightened men? How much of history is not lost, but merely underfoot? At his doorway, he pauses and looks down at the packed clay threshold. For a moment, he imagines signs beneath it. Not because he knows they are there, because now every floor is suspect. He enters quietly. His family sleeps. He lies awake beside them and listens to the house settle. The walls make small sounds as they cool. A jar ticks softly in the dark. His child sighs and turns. The world is tender again, unbearably tender. He understands why someone might seal memory away. He also understands why someone else might risk opening it. The archive below the floor has not given him certainty. It has given him responsibility, a hidden text, once found, cannot become unfound. A human who reads it cannot return fully to ignorance. The Anunnaki, if they feared the rememberer, may have feared this exact crossing from inward vision to material echo. Memory has touched clay. Now the city itself feels thinner. The city feels thinner because its surfaces no longer end where they used to. A wall is not only a wall, it may be the face of an older wall. A floor is not only a floor, it may be a lid. A prayer is not only a prayer, it may be the softened edge of a command whose first wording would trouble the mouth that speaks it. Even a silence can begin to look constructed. He moves carefully now, not fearfully, at least not always. Care is different from fear. Fear scatters the senses. Care sharpens them. He notices which tablets are moved into the inner room and which are left in ordinary storage. He notices which scribes are invited to examine the new fragments and which are told to continue with accounts. He notices that the older priest has stopped asking questions in public. That is not comfort. That is escalation. The temple responds to disturbance the way a body responds to a hidden fever. Nothing visible changes at first. The rituals continue. Offerings are prepared. Workers receive rations. Merchants bring goods. Scribes press signs into clay. Priests speak the words the god is owed. Yet under the daily order, attention gathers around the rememberer like dust gathering along a sealed door. He has become part of the archive. The grounded world remains practical. Ancient Mesopotamian institutions depended on controlled storage, trained literacy, ritual authority, and social hierarchy. Most people could not read cuneiform. Specialized knowledge belonged to scribes, priests, diviners, administrators, and royal officials. This did not make every literate person sinister. It made knowledge laborious, expensive, and socially located. Writing was power, partly because writing was difficult. A trained scribe could turn grain into numbers, spoken agreements into durable obligations, and royal claims into public memory. A priest could turn ritual sequence into continuity between human settlement and divine order. A king could turn building work into an inscription that outlived his face. The whole system depended on roles being clear. The rememberer blurs roles. He is not trained enough to hold certain knowledge officially, yet he recognizes fragments that should be beyond him. He does not possess authority, yet old signs answer him. He is not a king, priest, or scholar, but memory has placed him near their guarded doors. This is where the Anunnakis' fear, if you read the story as mythic psychology, becomes more understandable. A divine administration does not collapse because one human knows a name. It trembles when the categories that keep knowledge contained begin to fail. The worker remembers like a priest. The servant reads like a scribe. The ordinary man dreams like a king. That crossing is the danger. One afternoon, he's sent to the courtyard where old bricks are being sorted for repairs. Some will be reused. Some will be ground down. Some bear faint stamp marks from earlier rulers. Their inscriptions are partial, worn by weather and handling. A young labourer jokes that dead kings are heavy. Another says living kings are heavier. The joke travels quickly and disappears before any official hears it. The rememberer almost smiles. People have always known more than power wishes they knew. He lifts a brick and sees a line of signs pressed long ago. The king's name is broken, but the divine epithet remains. That survival feels backward. The human ruler has faded. The god's title stays. Yet even divine names change across time, gaining associations, losing local meanings, merging with other traditions. Permanence is rarely pure. It is often just slower change. The attention peak comes through the brick itself. A stamped building brick can preserve royal memory while hiding the workers who made it, the older structure it replaced, and the political need behind its inscription. One object remembers loudly and forgets quietly. That is the pattern everywhere. The hidden archive has taught him to ask not only what survives, but what survival costs. If one version remains, what versions were worn away to make room? If one god's title is repeated across bricks, what local names fell silent? If one king is remembered as a restorer, whose damage made restoration necessary? The open, scholarly uncertainty sits close to these questions. When archaeologists find reused bricks, foundation deposits, or layered temples, they can reconstruct sequences of building and rebuilding, but the motives behind each act may remain uncertain. Was a ruler expressing devotion, asserting control, repairing damage, claiming legitimacy, or all of these at once? Human actions rarely fit clean labels, especially after 4,000 years. As he carries the brick, another memory opens. He sees divine figures gathered not around a human form now, but around a plan. Not a map exactly, but a pattern of cities, canals, storehouses, shrines, and fields. The beings do not argue like angry gods in stories. They speak like planners facing a system that has become unstable. Human noise has increased. Human memory has spread beyond its channels. Dreams are crossing households. Old names are appearing in wrong mouths. The plan must be adjusted. Something in the vision chills him. The fear is not that gods lose control in a single dramatic failure. It is that control erodes through small leaks. A dream here, a variant line there, a child repeating a forbidden name, a worker recognizing a seal, a damaged archive opening under a flaw. No single leak floods the city, but together they soften the foundations. That is how systems fear, not always with thunder, often with maintenance. The curious fringe possibility becomes tempting here, and therefore must be handled carefully. Some modern mythic readings imagine the Anunnaki as overseers whose management of humanity began to fail when humans developed memory, awareness, or independence. This is not an established historical claim, yet the ancient stories do include divine frustration, human multiplication, contested authority, and efforts to regulate life through fate, kingship, ritual, and catastrophe. The responsible mystery lies in the overlap. The myths do not prove ancient overseers. They do reveal that early civilizations thought deeply about control, burden, rebellion, divine unease, and the cost of human existence. Those themes are enough to build a quiet, unsettling story without pretending the clay says more than it does. By evening, the older priest summons him to the inner room again. The hidden tablets have been arranged on cloths. Lamps burn low. The senior scribe sits with red-rimmed eyes, surrounded by notes and copied signs. He looks older than he did at dawn. Clay can age a man quickly when it refuses to stay silent. The priest asks the rememberer to sit. This is new. He has stood before them as worker, assistant, suspect, and witness. Sitting changes the geometry. It does not make him equal, nothing so generous, but it acknowledges that the problem now requires his mind, not only his obedience. The senior scribe reads from one of the fragments. The passage is broken, but it seems to describe a time when humans performed their assigned work, then began to call back, recite, or remember something beyond the daily offering cycle. The line after that is damaged. A sign may refer to noise, complaint, multiplication, or assembly. Another may refer to division. Division of people, division of memory, division of duties. No one in the room can say with certainty. The priest asks what the rememberer hears in it. He wants to answer safely, but safety has become thin. He says the fragment may describe a concern that human remembrance was spreading beyond ritual boundaries. He adds that this could simply mean improper recitation, social disorder, or ritual confusion. The senior scribe nods at the caution. The priest does not. He asks what else. The rememberer's mouth grows dry. The room smells of lamp oil and old clay. He can hear someone walking in the corridor outside, then moving away. He thinks of the child at home, the wife who accepts partial explanations, the city that needs its rituals, the workers who joke under royal bricks. He thinks of Eridu's mound and the flood carrying soft tablets into brown water. Then he says the dangerous thing softly. Perhaps the gods feared humans remembering that order had been changed before. The sentence sits between them. Not loud, not dramatic, but it alters the chamber. Because if humans remember that order has changed before, then order no longer feels eternal. It becomes historical. It becomes adjustable. It becomes something with a beginning, not a law woven into the bones of the universe. A temple can survive many doubts, but it struggles when people begin to ask whether its present structure is only one arrangement among several. The senior scribe closes his eyes. The older priest looks tired enough to be human. For a moment, the rememberer expects punishment. Instead, the priest asks whether he believes the old order was better. The question surprises him. He has imagined fear from them, suspicion, perhaps containment. He has not expected philosophical sorrow. He answers honestly. He does not know. That is the truest answer in the room. Memory does not make the past pure. It only makes the present less absolute. The world before may have been harsher, stranger, more controlled, or less human than the world he knows. Older is not always wiser. Hidden is not always holy. The first version of a story may be crueler than the version children are allowed to hear. This matters. A human who remembers is not automatically liberated. He may be burdened by horrors softened in later telling. He may carry the knowledge that the present order, flawed as it is, protects people from something worse. To remember beyond permission is not simply to expose lies. It is to lose the comfort of simple judgment. The Anunnaki's fear then may not be only fear of rebellion. It may be fear of comparison. If humans compare orders, they may choose, if they choose, destiny becomes less like decree and more like negotiation. That possibility would trouble gods, kings, priests, and anyone else whose power depends on necessity. The priest finally speaks. He says the fragments will be sealed again until proper interpretation is possible. The senior scribe objects quietly, saying that interpretation has already begun. The priest answers that beginning is not completion. A cut open too widely can bleed a body empty. The rememberer understands the metaphor. He also hears the threat beneath it. The tablets are wrapped one by one. Not burned. Not yet. The senior scribe's hands linger on the fragment about memory spreading beyond boundaries. He touches it with a gentleness usually reserved for the faces of the dead. Then he covers it with cloth. The room feels dimmer afterward. Outside, the night air is cool. The rememberer leaves the temple through a side passage and stops near a wall where repairs remain unfinished. The stamped bricks are stacked nearby. Broken kings, surviving gods, unnamed workers. He places his palm on one rough surface and feels not a vision, but ordinary texture. Rough clay, straw, grit, human pressure. This, too, is memory, not forbidden, not cosmic. The memory of hands making something that will outlive them without naming them. He wonders whether the greatest threat to divine control is not hidden knowledge of gods, but human recognition of human continuity. Workers made temples, scribes preserved gods, mothers taught children names, labour built the stages on which kings claimed heaven. The system depends on those it diminishes. That realization is quieter than a vision, but steadier. He walks home under a sky bright with stars. The constellations do not rearrange themselves for him. The moon does not offer commentary. The gods, if watching, do so without visible motion. The city sleeps within its walls, wrapped in ritual, debt, affection, hunger, and old stories. At his doorway, Yomi hears his child stir inside. A small voice speaks in sleep. Only a murmur. No forbidden name this time. Only a half-formed call for water. The rememberer enters and gives the child a sip from a clay cup. The child drinks, sighs, and settles back into dreams. He remains kneeling there. This is the world that must be protected from both false certainty and reckless revelation. This small sleeping body, this cup, this floor, this household breathing in darkness. If gods lose control, humans suffer. If humans never question control, they suffer differently. The balance is almost impossible. Perhaps that is why the old stories feel so restless. He lies down, but sleep does not come quickly. The fragment's damaged signs move behind his eyes, memory spreading beyond boundaries, order changed before. Divine fear, not as panic, but as the recognition that the created thing has begun to understand creation as a process, and somewhere beyond the city's roofs, in the imagined council of the Anunnaki, the old powers no longer seem like calm administrators. They seem like beings listening for leaks in the walls of the world. A human has heard the water. A human has heard the water, and water does not return to silence easily. It moves through him during the days that follow, not as panic, but as pressure. He works, eats, answers, sleeps poorly, wakes early, and carries the hidden fragments inside him like damp clay wrapped in cloth. The temple has sealed the tablets again, but sealing is not ending. Anyone who has worked with clay knows this. A mark made once may harden somewhere else. He begins to remember while awake. Not visions now, not dreams, something slower. A pattern gathers at the edge of ordinary sight. When he watches workers pull reed bundles toward the temple, he sees older hands doing the same near another city. When he hears the senior scribe correct a student's sign, he hears a teacher from a different age correcting a different version of the same word. When the older priest pours water into a ritual basin, he feels the echo of flood water, canal water, deep water, and the hidden water of Enki beneath the world. The memories are joining. That is the dangerous development. A fragment can be dismissed. A dream can be interpreted. A strange pause can be corrected, but connected memory becomes a map, and a map suggests movement. Once a person sees how places, names, rituals, seals, kings, and floods belong to the same underlying shape, he can no longer be returned easily to scattered impressions. This is how the human who would not forget becomes more than a vessel. He becomes an organizer of forbidden continuity. The grounded world around him remains ancient and human. Mesopotamian cities were not abstractions. They were made from mud brick, reeds, bitumen, wood, wool, copper, stone imported from elsewhere, and labour organised with remarkable care. They depended on agriculture, irrigation, craft, trade, temples and households. Their people loved, feared, calculated, prayed, complained, bargained, and grew tired under the same sun that baked their tablets. This matters because mystery without human ground floats away. He's not walking through a fantasy palace. He's walking through lanes where flies gather near fish scales, where children chase each other past stacked jars, where women sweep dust that returns by afternoon, where men argue over barley measures with the seriousness of people who know hunger is never theoretical. Into this practical world comes impossible memory. One morning, he's assigned to carry old ceilings to a secondary storage chamber near the temple wall. The chamber is narrow, cooler than the courtyard, and poorly lit. Its shelves are crowded with baskets of broken tags, spent ceilings, damaged tablets, and objects whose usefulness has outlived their context. The air smells of dry clay, old rope, dust, and something faintly bitter, perhaps reed matting beginning to rot. He kneels to place a basket on a low shelf. A ceiling falls out. It lands face upward. The image is badly worn, but he sees it instantly. A human figure stands beneath a star, not approaching a seated god, not turning away, but holding something small at chest height. The object may be a cup, a tablet, a seed, or simply a damaged shape produced by age. A careful reader would not decide too quickly. His memory decides before caution can speak. The figure holds a remembered sign. The attention peak rises gently from this tiny object. Many seal impressions survive detached from the documents they once secured, leaving images of authority without the words they protected. A mark may remain after its message has vanished, and that absence can become more suggestive than a full explanation. He lifts the ceiling and feels the inner map shift. The human figure with the small object joins the one facing away. The royal name, Eridu, the flood, and the hidden archive. Each one had seemed separate. Now they arranged themselves around a single idea. Memory was not accidentally dangerous. It was a substance being transferred, measured, interrupted, and watched. Not all memory, particular memory. Memory of origin, memory of change, memory that power itself had once been arranged differently. The curious fringe possibility becomes strongest here, and so it must be held with the most care. Some modern readers imagine that ancient myths preserve distorted accounts of human modification, controlled knowledge, and old beings managing the development of civilization. This remains outside accepted scholarship. Yet the ancient texts genuinely speak of gods assigning roles, creating humans for labour, sending kingship from heaven, warning chosen survivors, and guarding specialised knowledge through priests, sages, and ritual systems. The rememberer is drawn into that charged space between record and possibility. He knows the city would call it dangerous. Perhaps rightly, by midday, he has made a decision without admitting it to himself. He will not steal tablets. He will not run through the streets shouting about gods and hidden origins. That would destroy him and help no one. Instead, he will do what the city taught him to do. He will copy. The thought is terrifying because it is humble. He does not need a rebellion. He needs a duplicate. In ancient scribal culture, copying was preservation, education, correction, and transmission. Texts survived because hands remade them. A copy could carry a tradition forward, but it could also introduce change, restore a damaged line, or preserve a variant others might later reject. The act of copying was never neutral, even when performed obediently. His danger will look like obedience. That evening, when the temple quiets, he remains near the outer tablet room under the excuse of finishing accounts. The senior scribe has gone to meet the older priest. The younger students have been dismissed. The lamps burn low and smoky. Outside, rain threatens but does not fall. The air feels swollen as if the clouds are holding their breath. He prepares a small tablet, not too large. Large tablets draw attention, not too fine. Fine work invites inspection. He smooths the clay and waits until his hand stops trembling. Then he begins to write a text that is not quite a confession, not quite a myth, not quite an account. It is a list of fragments, a city remembered before its official beginning, a human made for work yet carrying return, a flood that erased soft tablets but spared a warning, a king who heard an older claim beneath his own, a seal showing the human turning from the approved scene, a hidden archive beneath the floor, memory spreading beyond its assigned boundary. He does not write these as declarations. He writes them as cautious lines, layered with ambiguity, using phrases that can be read safely by one mind and differently by another. This is not cowardice, it is survival. Ancient texts often speak through veils because veils help words cross dangerous rooms. The open scholarly uncertainty appears inside his very act. Future readers, if they ever found such a tablet, might not know whether it was ritual note, private reflection, school exercise, heretical fragment, or damaged myth. Without context, they might argue for generations. The rememberer almost smiles at that. Though the smile hurts, he is becoming fragmentary on purpose. A soft sound comes from the doorway. The senior scribe stands there. Neither man speaks. The lamp flame trembles. The tablet lies between them, still wet enough to erase. The senior scribe could call the priest. He could smooth the clay with one movement. He could save the system from a small, unauthorized memory before it hardens. Instead, he enters and closes the door. He asks what the rememberer has written. The question is tired, not angry. The rememberer answers that he has written nothing complete. The senior scribe looks at the tablet and says that incomplete things are often the most troublesome. He sits beside him, and for a moment they are simply two men near clay, one old, one not yet old enough, both caught between duty and dread. The senior scribe reads silently. His face changes at the line about memory spreading beyond its boundary. He touches the edge of the tablet but does not erase it. Then he takes a stylus and adds a mark beside one phrase. Not a correction, a sign of uncertainty. A small wedge that tells a later reader this reading is difficult. The rememberer feels something break open in his chest. Not triumph, relief. The senior scribe says the line must remain uncertain. Certainty will kill it faster than doubt. A text that claims too much is easy to condemn. A text that invites careful reading may survive as a puzzle. The old man's voice is low, almost kind, but there is no softness in what he understands. He has chosen transmission, not openly, not safely, but enough. The older priest appears a little later, as if the temple itself has summoned him. He sees both men beside the tablet. His face darkens, then steadies. He does not shout. That would admit too much. He asks whether this is wisdom or vanity. The rememberer cannot answer. The senior scribe says it may be neither. It may be a record of disturbance. The priest replies that disturbance recorded becomes inheritance. The senior scribe says disturbance buried becomes illness. The two old men look at one another across years of shared service, and the rememberer realizes this argument did not begin with him. He's only the newest shape of it. The priest steps close to the tablet. The wet clay reflects the lamp softly. He reads the lines. He sees the veil, the caution, the hidden path through safe wording. His hand lifts, perhaps to erase it, perhaps only to touch the surface. The rememberer does not move. Then the priest lowers his hand. He says that if this tablet hardens, it must never be stored with ordinary accounts. The senior scribe asks where it should go. The priest answers that some texts belong where only damage will find them. That sentence enters the rememberer like cold water. To preserve by hiding is almost the same as losing, but not quite. A buried tablet may sleep through centuries. A displayed tablet may die within days. The priest is not granting freedom. He is choosing a slower uncertainty. Perhaps that is all preservation ever is. The tablet is set aside to dry. No fire hardens it yet. No seal closes over it. It remains vulnerable, which makes it feel alive. Outside. The long-promised rain begins at last. Soft drops strike the roof and courtyard. The smell of wet dust rises through the room, rich and ancient. For a moment, all three men listen. Rain on brick. Rain on reed. Rain on a city built above older cities. The priest says nothing more and leaves. The senior scribe remains until the tablet is firm enough to move. He wraps it in cloth and gives it to the rememberer. The act is startling. The rememberer shakes his head. He cannot take it home. The old man says he should not. He should take it only as far as the place where it must stop belonging to him. They leave the room through a side passage. The rain has softened the courtyard dust into dark clay. Their sandals leave marks that will be gone by morning. The temple wall looms beside them, wet and glistening in the lamp glow. They pass the repaired storeroom and continue toward an unused space near an older foundation line. There, behind loose bricks, is a narrow cavity. Not an archive. Not yet. The rememberer places the wrapped tablet inside. His hand lingers only once. He does not know whether anyone will find it. He does not know whether it will survive damp, insects, rebuilding, conquest, fire, or time. He does not know whether a future reader would understand even one line. But he knows that the memory is no longer only inside him. That changes everything. The human who would not forget has made forgetting harder. As they close the cavity, the senior scribe whispers that a tablet hidden well becomes a question for someone not yet born. The rememberer thinks of museums, though he has no word for such places. He thinks of hands lifting clay from soil under another sky. He thinks of readers arguing over signs and gaps, never knowing the breath that stood behind them. The rain continues. In the unseen height of the old divine order, if such a height can be imagined, the Anunnaki would not need to witness the hiding to feel its consequence. A memory has crossed from dream into clay, from clay into concealment, from one human into possible future minds. Control has not been broken. That would be too simple. It has been made less complete. He returns home near midnight, soaked and quiet. His wife wakes enough to ask whether the roof leaked at the temple. He says yes, again, true enough. He lies beside his family and listens to rain soften the city. Inside him the fragments remain, but they are no longer alone. Somewhere behind wet bricks, a small tablet dries in darkness, carrying a text designed to survive by not being understood too quickly. It is fragile, hidden, and uncertain. It may never be found. It may be found too late. It may be misread entirely. Still, it exists. And for the first time, the rememberer sleeps without hearing the forbidden name. Sleep without the name is not peace. It is only a pause. By morning, the rain has passed, leaving the city washed in a thin silver light. Water gathers in shallow depressions along the lanes. Roof edges drip. Mud clings to sandals. The temple walls seem darker, as if the bricks have absorbed the night and are now holding it in silence. People step carefully around puddles and complain about the mess with the weary affection of those who know water is both blessing and inconvenience. The rememberer wakes with no vision. That absence feels almost holy. He eats bread with his family. He helps his child tie a cord around a small toy cart. He listens to his wife speak about a neighbour's sick goat, a cracked jar, and the need for more oil. These ordinary details settle around him like a blanket. For a little while, he lets them. He does not search beneath every word. He does not turn every object into a symbol. But the city has not forgotten him. When he arrives at the temple, a messenger waits. He is to report to Nippur. The name changes the air around him. Nippur was one of the great sacred centres of ancient Mesopotamia, especially associated with Enlil, a major god of authority, kingship, storm, and cosmic order. Unlike some cities whose political power rose and fell through conquest, Nippur held immense religious importance across long periods. Kings from different dynasties sought legitimacy through connection with its sanctuaries. To be recognized, there mattered. To be questioned, there would matter too. The Rememberer understands only part of this, but enough. Nippur is not merely another city. It is a place where authority listens to itself. The official reason for his journey is simple. The hidden tablets require review by senior scholars and priests. The temple cannot decide alone how to classify them. The senior scribe will travel with him, carrying selected copies and notes. The older priest will remain behind, though his decision to remain feels like another kind of presence. The Rememberer is not being arrested. He is being transferred into a higher layer of interpretation. That may be worse. The attention peak comes softly through Nippur's role. In Mesopotamian tradition, power did not need only armies and wealth. It needed recognition by sacred centers, divine approval, and ritual connection to older authority. A king could build a wall, but legitimacy needed a deeper voice. The human who remembers is now being brought toward that deeper voice. They leave 2 days later with a small party, tablets wrapped carefully, food packed, and seals checked. The road is not one straight path, but a sequence of waterways, tracks, settlements, fields, and negotiated pauses. Boats carry them part of the way. On water, the journey feels slower and more ancient. The river surface folds light into dull bronze. Reeds lean over the banks. Fishermen watch with unreadable faces as the boat passes. The senior scribe says little. His silence is not hostile. It is conserving strength. He's old enough to know that most important conversations happen too early or too late. The Rememberer sits near the wrapped tablets and feels the hidden copy behind the temple wall in his mind. That one is not with them. That one remains in darkness. A small refusal beneath wet bricks. The tablets travelling to Nippur are official enough to be dangerous. The hidden one is unofficial enough to survive. On the second evening, they stop near a settlement where a small shrine stands beside a canal. Its walls are rough, repaired with uneven bricks, and marked by smoke above the doorway. A local priest gives them water, bread, and a place to sleep. He asks about their destination, then lowers his eyes respectfully when he hears Nippur. The name itself changes posture. That is what sacred geography does. A city becomes more than a city when generations agree to treat it as a meeting place between human order and divine judgment. Nippur's importance was tied to the Great Ekur Temple, associated with Enlil. In later inscriptions, rulers proudly recorded building or restoring works there. To participate in Nippur's sacred world was to place oneself inside a vast chain of recognized authority. The curious fringe possibility lies close to that chain. Some modern speculative readers imagine sacred centers like Nippur as administrative hubs of older non-human powers, places where divine control over kingship and human memory was maintained. Mainstream scholarship sees Nippur through religion, politics, economy, scribal culture, and royal legitimacy. Yet the ancient idea that kingship required divine sanction gives the speculative imagination plenty of shadowed corners. You do not need to believe the shadow to feel the architecture. The Rememberer certainly feels it before he sees the city. On the fourth day, the land opens into a wider view. Fields stretch toward the horizon. Mud brick structures rise from the plain. Dust lifts from traffic ahead. The road grows busier with people, animals, goods, messengers, and officials. Nippur does not need to announce itself loudly. Its significance arrives in the behaviour of those approaching it. Voices lower. Clothing is adjusted. Documents are checked twice. The senior scribe finally speaks. He tells the Rememberer that Nippur has preserved many words and ruined many men who thought words belonged to them. It is not a threat. Not exactly. It is a weather report. The city appears under a pale afternoon sky. Its walls and temple areas do not glitter like fantasy. They rise in baked earth, plaster, shadow, scaffolding, repaired surfaces, and human use. The air smells of dust, animals, smoke, oil, sweat, and old brick warmed by sun. People move everywhere, but the movement is organized by invisible lines. Who may enter, who must wait, who carries a seal, who belongs to a household, who speaks for a god. Nippur feels less like a place than a decision constantly renewed. The rememberer steps through its outer life and feels his inner memories grow quiet. Not gone. Quiet. As if some larger pressure has entered the room. Eridu felt like a buried beginning. Nippur feels like memory under supervision. They are taken to a scribal compound near the sacred district. The tablets are received by men who do not waste gestures. One examines the seals. Another checks the wrappings. A third asks the senior scribe for an oral account of the discovery. The rememberer is told to wait in the courtyard, where students carry practice tablets, and older scribes argue softly over a sign value. The place hums with trained memory. Here, writing is not merely a tool, it is a discipline with ancestry. Students copy lexical lists, hymns, proverbs, model contracts, and old compositions. Knowledge is broken down, repeated, corrected, and restored. It feels impressive, almost beautiful. It also feels like a millstone turning slowly over the past. The open scholarly uncertainty that haunts such places concerns the shaping of tradition. How much did scribal schools preserve older myths faithfully? How much did they standardize, edit, reinterpret, or elevate certain texts because of institutional needs? The survival of literature often depends on schools, and schools never transmit without shaping. The rememberer watches a boy press signs into clay. The boy makes a mistake. The teacher smooths the surface and tells him to begin again. The gesture is ordinary. It is also terrifying. That evening, the rememberer is brought into a chamber where 3 senior men sit with the tablets. The senior scribe from his city stands beside him, looking smaller in this room than he ever did at home. Nippur's scholars have already begun reading the fragments. Their questions are precise, almost gentle, and each one feels like a blade wrapped in wool. Where was the cavity found? Who first touched the tablets? Were any lines copied before transport? Which signs did the rememberer recognize? Had he dreamed before the discovery? The last question returns, always. He answers carefully. But Nippur knows how to listen to careful answers. One scholar asks whether he understands that dreams can imitate memory. Another asks whether memory can imitate divine message. A third asks whether a man who remembers without training may be remembering himself, not the past. The question is fair. That makes it difficult. He admits he does not know. For the first time, this answer seems to satisfy them. One of the senior men reads a fragment aloud. The line concerns memory crossing a boundary, though the exact wording remains uncertain. He offers 3 possible readings. The safest refers to improper ritual recitation. The middle reading suggests unauthorized remembrance of divine duty. The most troubling suggests a human recalling an earlier arrangement of creation. The room is silent. Nippur has named the danger without raising its voice. The scholar says the third reading is possible but unstable. Possible does not mean preferred. Possible does not mean true. Possible means it cannot be dismissed without damaging the sign itself. The rememberer feels a strange gratitude toward this careful man, because he has given uncertainty its rightful weight. The priestly authority of Nippur does not need to shout. It can simply classify. Classification is power with clean hands. The tablets will be reviewed further. Copies will be made. Some readings will be restricted. The original fragments may be placed under controlled care. The rememberer is told that his experiences will be interpreted as signs requiring purification, instruction, and silence, not punishment, they say. Protection. There is that word again. Protection. He thinks of the hidden tablet behind the wall of his own temple, damp and unofficial, protected by not being protected. He thinks of his child drinking water from a clay cup. He thinks of the priest's warning that truth without preparation can become illness. He thinks of the scholar's third reading, possible but unstable. Maybe all memory is unstable. Maybe that is why power fears it. The night in Nippur is cooler than he expected. He's given a sleeping place in a small room near the courtyard. Through the doorway, he can see a strip of sky. The stars appear one by one. Somewhere in the sacred district, a chant rises, deep and measured, then fades into the hum of insects and distant voices. He does not sleep quickly. Nippur's whispering authority fills the darkness around him. It is not cruel in the simple sense. It is older, more complicated, and more dangerous because it believes itself necessary. It protects texts from error. It protects rituals from misuse. It protects kingship from chaos. It protects people from memories that might break their trust in the world. It also protects the world from being questioned too deeply. The Rememberer lies still and understands why the Anunnaki would be imagined near such authority. Not as crude rulers waving commands from the sky, but as the mythic shape of order itself, ranked, watchful, administrative, concerned with boundaries. Nippur feels like the earthly echo of that high arrangement. A human who remembers has now entered the echo. He listens to the chant fade. For a moment, he senses the hidden tablet far away, resting behind bricks in another city. It is not a vision. It is more like knowing that a small coal remains under ash. Nippur may classify the official fragments. It may restrict copies. It may cleanse his speech and name his dreams. But it does not know everything. That thought should frighten him. Instead, it lets him breathe. Under the moonlit strip of sky, the Rememberer finally closes his eyes. Nippur surrounds him with its careful walls, its trained scribes, its sacred claims, its authority over beginnings. Yet somewhere beneath all authority, memory continues to move like groundwater under packed clay. Quiet, unlicensed, patient. Groundwater has no respect for official boundaries. It moves where the earth permits, slipping under walls, fields, shrines, and roads without asking which city owns the surface. In Nippur, the Rememberer begins to think of memory this way, not as a tablet stored in a room, not as a hymn taught by a priest, not as a royal inscription claiming age. Memory is also something beneath. It seeps. The morning begins with purification. A young attendant brings water, oil, and clean cloth. The ritual is not severe, it is almost gentle, which makes it harder to resist. The Rememberer washes his hands, mouth, and forehead, while a priest recites words asking that confusion leave him and proper understanding enter. No one calls him corrupt. No one calls him false. They call him burdened. The word lands with uncomfortable accuracy. In Mesopotamian religion, ritual purification could prepare a person for contact with sacred spaces, divine images, offerings, or dangerous transitions. Cleanliness was not only practical, it could carry symbolic, spiritual, and social meaning. Water, incense, oil, spoken formulae, and controlled gestures helped restore order where disorder had entered. The Rememberer lets the water pass over his hands. He wonders whether they are cleansing him of impurity or of excess. After the ritual, he's led to a study room where two senior scholars and the old scribe from his city wait beside several copies of the fragments. The originals have been removed. That fact is not mentioned. It does not need mentioning. In a place like Nippur, absence can be arranged with great politeness. The copies are clean, careful, and incomplete. Each damaged sign has been marked. Each uncertain reading has alternatives. The scholar who spoke of the third reading sits nearest the light. His hands are narrow, his nails darkened slightly by clay, and his voice has the softness of someone trained to make disagreements sound like weather. He asks the Rememberer to listen. The text is read aloud again, but now with more surrounding lines. The fragment seems to describe humans receiving allotted work, then being divided according to tasks, households, and ritual duties. A later line, damaged but striking, mentions a return of something placed within them. The word could relate to memory, invocation, or calling back. The next line is broken around a sign that may indicate restriction, measuring, or separation. The second creation question enters through this crack. Were humans created once in Mesopotamian myth? The answer is not simple. Different texts present different creation traditions. In some, humans arise from clay and divine substance. In others, they are fashioned through the wisdom of deities like Enki and mother goddess figures. In Atrahasis, human creation solves a divine labour crisis. In other compositions, the focus shifts toward ordering the world, establishing cities, or defining humanity's place before the gods. There is no single Mesopotamian creation account that neatly replaces all others. The record is plural, that plurality is a mainstream fact, and it matters. Ancient cultures did not always require one fixed version of beginnings. Stories could coexist, overlap, contradict, and serve different ritual or literary purposes. A temple might preserve one emphasis, a school another, a later tradition another. Creation was not one locked door. It was a corridor of doors, some open, some sealed, some painted over. The rememberer hears this and feels the hidden memory tighten. The curious possibility, treated carefully, is that repeated or variant creation stories can be read by some modern interpreters as echoes of multiple phases of humanity. Not one making, but several adjustments. Mainstream scholarship does not require this interpretation. It understands variation through literary tradition, theology, local cults, and scribal transmission. Yet the idea of repeated beginnings is emotionally powerful because the texts already show creation as layered, practical, and revisable. A human made once is destiny. A human remade is history. The attention peak glows quietly in that difference. One scholar suggests the fragment may not describe a second creation at all. It may refer to the assignment of social roles after humans already exist. Another thinks it may preserve a ritual explanation for why only certain classes remembered certain formulae. The old scribe from the Remembrer's city says nothing, but his finger rests near the damage sign for measuring. The Rememberer is asked what he hears. He wants to say nothing. Instead, he says the fragment feels like a correction. The scholars look at him. He clarifies carefully. Not correction in the school sense. Correction as in adjustment after an earlier design proved unstable. Work was assigned. Memory returned. Then memory had to be measured. This could be social, ritual, symbolic, or something older preserved in strange language. He adds the caution because caution has become part of his breathing. The scholar nearest the light nods slowly. The other scholar looks displeased. The old scribe looks sad again. The displeased scholar says creation texts often use metaphor, and metaphor should not be mistaken for a mechanical report. Humans are not jars repaired in a workshop. Myths speak through images because images carry truth differently from accounts. The Rememberer accepts this. He even respects it. The warning is wise. But another thought rises. What if metaphor was chosen because plain report had become impossible? He does not say that. Not yet. At midday, he's taken through part of Nippur's sacred district under supervision. The city is bright, crowded, and full of controlled movement. Workers carry baskets of earth near a repair site. Priests pass with clean garments and lowered eyes. Scribes move between rooms with tablets tucked into cloth. Merchants wait where they are permitted to wait. A donkey brays at the worst possible moment during a solemn exchange. Because animals have never respected theology. The Rememberer nearly laughs. The laugh saves him for a breath. They pass near an area where older building levels have been exposed during repair. Layers of brick, fill, ash, and plaster show how sacred spaces rise through rebuilding. A young scholar explains that an old structure may be renewed many times while retaining its identity. The Rememberer thinks of Eridu, but Nippur feels different. Eridu was an origin hidden by time. Nippur is authority renewed by repetition. He kneels near the exposed layers. One brick is darker than the others. Another contains straw still visible in the clay. A thin ash line runs between two phases, perhaps a fire. Perhaps clearing, perhaps ritual, perhaps accident. Archaeology often sees the physical trace before it can recover the cause. A layer tells you something happened. It does not always tell you why. This becomes another mirror. The creation traditions are layers too: clay, blood, breath, labour, wisdom, duty, memory, restriction. Each layer may belong to a different text, city, school, or age. Together they do not form a simple wall. They form a mound, and the rememberer has begun to feel what lies between the layers. The open uncertainty remains alive. Are multiple creation motifs evidence of competing traditions, evolving theology, social adaptation, or echoes of older memories absorbed into later writing? Scholars can compare words and contexts, but no one can step into the first telling. The first telling is gone, if it was ever singular. The rememberer touches the exposed brick. A waking memory opens. He sees not one human shape, but many. Some are kneeling near canals. Some are carrying baskets. Some stand before seals. Some sleep through a flood warning. Some serve kings. Some copy tablets. They are all human, yet not the same in function or awareness. Over them stand powers arranging boundaries: who works, who rules, who speaks, who writes, who dreams, who remembers. Then a change. A smaller group begins to remember across boundaries. A worker remembers a priestly phrase. A child dreams a royal dream. A scribe hears a line older than the school. A king sees that his throne is not the first. Memory spreads sideways, ignoring rank. The planners respond, not with destruction first, with division. The vision closes. He is still kneeling by brick. A supervisor asks whether he is unwell. The rememberer says the heat has grown strong, which is true enough. Heat is becoming his favourite accomplice. The old scribe helps him stand, and his grip is firmer than necessary. That evening the other scholars debate the fragment again. The rememberer is not meant to hear all of it, but voices carry through courtyards after dark. One argues for a ritual reading. Another warns against allowing an untrained man's experiences to shape interpretation. The gentler scholar says the experiences cannot define the text, but neither can they be ignored if they led to recognition of signs. The old scribe says, very softly, that sometimes a broken tablet chooses the wrong reader because the right one was never allowed to exist. No one answers him. The sentence remains in the courtyard like smoke. The rememberer sits in his small room and considers the second creation question more deeply. Perhaps humans were not remade in body. Perhaps the remaking was social. A species becomes a workforce. A workforce becomes a city. A city becomes a ritual machine. A ritual machine produces scribes, priests, kings, rebels, mourners, and children who inherit names. Each stage creates a new human without changing the bones. This possibility feels more frightening than a physical remaking. A society can recreate people by changing what they are allowed to remember. The Anunnaki, as mythic figures of high order, would fear memory because memory interferes with designed roles. If humans remember only duties, they remain within function. If they remember origin, they become interpreters. If they remember that creation may have unfolded in phases, they may suspect that their present form is not final. A non-final human is difficult to rule. Night settles over Nippur with cool wind and distant chanting. Oil lamps mark doorways like low stars. The rememberer watches a moth circle a flame until it strikes the heat and falls. He lifts it gently with a scrap of reed and places it outside. It moves once, then stills. Small mercy, small failure. He thinks of humans created to relieve divine labour, then adjusted to fit divine order, then limited when memory crossed its channels. It may all be metaphor. It may be theology. It may be society speaking about itself in sacred language. It may be something older shining through cracks in the clay. He no longer needs to choose too quickly. The rememberer understands now that certainty is another kind of seal. Once applied, it protects and imprisons. The Nippur scholars fear reckless certainty. The priest fears unmeasured memory. The old scribe fears burial disguised as care. The rememberer fears all three, and this makes him more awake than he wants to be. Before sleep, he hears footsteps outside his room. They stop, then move on. Perhaps a guard, perhaps a student, perhaps only someone lost in the dark. But the pause reminds him that he is not free in Nippur. He is being studied, cleansed, interpreted, and quietly contained. His memory has been raised into a question too important to dismiss and too dangerous to release. He lies down with a strip of sky visible through the doorway. The stars are hidden by cloud tonight. That absence comforts him. Not every pattern must be visible. Not every sign must be read. Somewhere far away, behind wet bricks, the hidden tablet remains outside Nippur's classification. Somewhere beneath the official fragments, another line waits without a label. And inside him, the second creation question does not become an answer. It becomes a softer, deeper unease. Perhaps humans were created more than once. Perhaps not in clay each time, but in memory. Perhaps every age that controls what people remember makes a new kind of human, and fears the old kind waking inside them. The thought is too large for the room, so he lets it pass like groundwater, moving below language, toward a place no wall has yet reached. Groundwater keeps moving, even beneath ruins. The thought follows him out of Nippur, though Nippur does not truly release him. It sends him away with instructions, restrictions, and a set of copied lines approved for limited use. The official fragments will remain under review. The troubling readings will not be taught broadly. His dreams are to be watched, purified, and not encouraged. The words are gentle enough to sound almost merciful. They are also a boundary. He leaves with the old scribe and 2 attendants at dawn. The city is still blue with early light. Smoke lifts from roofs in thin ribbons. A dog noses through refuse near a wall. Priests move like pale shapes near a gate, beginning duties that will outlast everyone watching them. Nippur's sacred authority recedes behind him, but its pressure stays in his chest. Some places travel with you. The road home feels different because he has been classified. Before, his memory was a private disturbance. Now it has passed through Nippur's hands and returned with labels attached. Possible, but unstable. To be restricted. To be purified. To be watched. These phrases settle over him like fine dust. Yet the land outside the city doesn't care. Fields stretch under a brightening sky. Farmers guide animals through soft earth. Canal water glitters between banks. Reed beds murmur in the wind. A child waves from a boat, then forgets them immediately. Life continues with its usual indifference to sacred decisions. The rememberer finds this comforting in a strange way. Order is never as complete as it believes. They pass by afternoon, a low-abandoned settlement on the edge of cultivated land. It is not famous. It has no great temple rising from it, no sacred name carried through hymns, no proud king list entry recited by priests. It is only a mound with broken pottery, eroded brick, dry grass, and a few stones exposed by weather. A place where people once lived, worked, cooked, argued, prayed, and vanished into archaeology without becoming central to anyone's theology. The old scribe asks to rest there. The attendants complain about the dust, then settle under a torn awning fixed to a cart. The rememberer walks a little way up the mound. Heat shimmers across the plain. Grasshoppers tick in the dry stems. The smell is different from Nippur's courtyards and Eridu's damp silence. Here the air smells of baked dust, bitter plants, and sun-struck pottery. This is not sacred memory. It is ordinary abandonment. That makes it more intimate. Archaeology often reveals destruction, rebuilding, and abandonment through layers. Ash, collapsed walls, broken vessels, shifted settlement patterns, and sudden changes in material culture. Sometimes the cause is visible: fire, flood, war, environmental stress, economic change. Sometimes the cause remains uncertain. A city may fade rather than fall, leaving behind no dramatic explanation, only fewer people, repaired rooms, reused bricks, and silence. The open uncertainty of ruins is one of their deepest truths. Not every end leaves a clear story. The rememberer kneels beside a scatter of pottery. One shard has a simple incised line near its rim, no inscription, no royal name, no divine sign, just the remains of a vessel that once held water, grain, oil, beer, or soup, a household object, a hand-sized survival. He touches it and feels no vision at first, only heat, only roughness, only a sense of someone's vanished kitchen. Then memory comes differently, not as gods or councils, but as people leaving. A woman wrapping a jar in cloth, a man looking back at a cracked wall, children carrying bundles too large for them, someone deciding which tablets matter enough to take and which must be left because food, tools, and family come first, a shrine emptied of portable objects, a hearth cooling for the last time. No flood, no divine decree, just departure. The attention peak arrives quietly. Many ancient settlements did not end in one spectacular catastrophe. Some declined, shifted, or were absorbed into other patterns of life. The past is full of endings too ordinary to become myths, though they shaped human memory just as deeply. The rememberer understands that the old cities were not only erased by gods, they were lost by salt in fields, channels changing course, trade moving elsewhere, rulers failing, neighbours leaving, and children growing up in another place. Human history is not only divine drama, it is maintenance failing in slow motion. This does not reduce the mystery, it deepens it. If memory survives through myth, then myth may simplify thousands of quiet collapses into one sacred event. A flood can stand for many floods. A divine anger can hold drought, crowding, disease, and fear. A destroyed city lament can preserve both historical grief and ritual pattern. Ancient people did not need modern categories to understand loss. They knew that a city could die and still remain in song. The old scribe climbs slowly and stands beside him. He says abandoned places are kinder than archives. The rememberer asks why. The old man answers that archives pretend to explain their silences, while ruins admit nothing. The remark is dry, almost amused, but his eyes remain on the mound. The curious fringe possibility appears in the contrast. Some speculative readings imagine lost pre-flood cities as deliberately hidden or erased by divine powers. Mainstream archaeology offers more varied and grounded causes for urban change: environment, river movement, conflict, economy, disease, governance, and time. Yet the emotional feeling of erasure is real. To those living after a collapse, the cause may have seemed larger than human action. A god is sometimes the shape people give to overwhelming pattern. The rememberer looks across the mound and thinks of the Anunnaki differently. Perhaps their fear was not only that humans would remember divine secrets. Perhaps they feared humans would remember that civilizations can fail without divine permission. If people know cities can rise and fall through human systems, water management, labor pressure, and political choice, then sacred inevitability weakens. A city is not eternal because a god's name is stamped on its bricks. It survives because people keep repairing it. That thought is both humble and revolutionary. They return to the road before evening. The abandoned mound shrinks behind them, then becomes only a low shape in the distance. The rememberer keeps the pottery shard in mind, not in his hand. He has learned not to carry objects from places that have already lost enough. Yet the shard's rough curve remains in him like another tablet line. Ashes of old cities do not always glow. Sometimes they cool into habits. At night, the travellers sleep near a canal. The attendants snore under their cloaks. The old scribe lies awake, or seems to. The rememberer listens to frogs and insects hidden in reeds. The water moves slowly, rubbing against the bank with a soft, repetitive sound. Above, The sky is clear enough for stars, but he does not search them for patterns tonight. The earth is speaking more quietly. He thinks of destruction layers, burned rooms, collapsed roofs, abandoned courtyards, broken statues, reused bricks, texts found out of place. Each one can become an attention point for scholars, a clue in a careful reconstruction, yet each one also represents human disruption. Someone lost a wall, a vessel, a document, a bed, a god's image, a place to return to. The past is not only mysterious, it is full of interrupted households. This softens him. It does not make him less afraid, but it changes the direction of his fear. The memory inside him has often seemed cosmic, tied to gods, kings, floods, stars, and creation. Now it touches ordinary loss. If he remembers too much, he must remember not only the forbidden architecture of power, but also the people caught under its changes. The human who would not forget cannot choose only grand memories. He must carry small ones too. Near midnight, the old scribe speaks from the darkness. He says Nippur will not burn the official fragments. Not yet. The rememberer asks how he knows. The old man says institutions prefer to keep dangerous things close before destroying them. They like to study the knife while deciding whether it is a tool or a wound. The rememberer asks what happens to him now. The old scribe does not answer quickly. Finally, he says the temple will watch, and watching will become tiring for everyone. If the rememberer stays silent, he may live quietly. If he speaks wildly, he will be contained. If he speaks carefully, he may become more dangerous than either. That is not advice, it is a diagnosis. The rememberer asks why the old scribe helped with the hidden tablet. The old man turns slightly, his face barely visible under starlight. He says there are ruins inside every scholar, lines we did not copy, signs we accepted too quickly, teachers we obeyed when we should have asked what they feared. Then he says no more. The rememberer lies still until dawn. When morning comes, they continue through a region where fields show traces of salt. Pale crusts glimmer near irrigation channels. Farmers work anyway, because land rarely offers ideal conditions to those who need to eat. The old scribe remarks that too much water can ruin soil, even when water is life. The rememberer hears the deeper lesson without being told. Too much memory can do the same. A field needs water measured. A mind may need memory measured. The priest was not entirely wrong. Excess can destroy. But a field denied water dies too. So does a mind sealed too tightly. The problem is never only danger. It is proportion, timing, care, and who holds the measuring cord. That measuring cord is power. By late day, the familiar region of his home city begins to appear. The temple platform rises in the distance, small at first, then larger, then unavoidably present. His chest tightens. He has returned, but not as the man who left. He carries Nippur's classifications, the old scribe's warning, the abandoned mound's silence, and the memory of people leaving unnamed homes. The city gates receive them with dust and noise. Workers unload goods. Animals press through narrow passages. Children shout near a cartwheel. A woman scolds a man for dropping a basket of onions. Life rushes back around him, slightly comic and deeply fragile. He almost weeps from relief and dread. The older priest is waiting. Of course he is. His eyes move from the old scribe to the wrapped copies, then to the rememberer. No one speaks in the open gate area. The tablets are carried toward the temple. The rememberer is allowed to go home first. Perhaps as mercy. Perhaps because watched men are easier to read after they see their families. His child runs to him. The impact of the small body against his legs nearly breaks him. He lifts the child carefully, breathing in the smell of hair, dust, milk, and sleep. His wife stands in the doorway, searching his face for the part of him that returned and the part that did not. He says he's home. Again, true enough, that night, after the household sleeps. He sits by the doorway and looks toward the temple, somewhere within its walls. Nippur's copies are being stored, somewhere behind older bricks. The hidden tablet remains. Somewhere in the land beyond the city, unnamed ruins hold their ordinary grief. The Anunnaki, if they feared a remembering human, may have feared this widening compassion as much as knowledge. A person who remembers systems may challenge power. A person who remembers lost households may challenge the cruelty hidden inside systems. He may begin to ask not only who ruled first, but who suffered when rulers changed the story. That question is harder to seal. The night air cools. The city settles. He presses his palm against the threshold and feels the packed clay under his skin. Floor above earth. House above older traces. Family above uncertainties. Memory above forgetting. He does not dream of gods. He dreams of an abandoned mound under afternoon heat, and of a single pottery shard holding the shape of someone's vanished hand. The vanished hand follows him into waking, not as a vision of divine counsels, not as a drowned city, not as a royal name cutting through speech, but as something smaller and harder to dismiss. A hand that made a pot, a hand that lifted a child, a hand that closed a door for the last time before a settlement fell quiet. The memory is not grand, and for that reason it stays. He returns to the temple after 2 days at home. The delay was granted without explanation. Perhaps the older priest wanted him rested. Perhaps he wanted the city to see that nothing dramatic had happened. Perhaps mercy and strategy are not always separable. In institutions, even kindness can carry more than one seal. The morning is pale and cool. He walks through familiar streets where bakers are already working and dogs nose around refuse heaps. Smoke lies low between walls. Somewhere, a reed flute plays 3 uncertain notes, stops, then tries again. The city is not peaceful. Exactly. It is busy, irritated, hungry, alive. That is better than peaceful. At the temple gate, a young scribe avoids his eyes. That tells him enough. The older priest receives him in a small room beside the inner archive. The senior scribe is there too, returned from travel and visibly exhausted. On the table lies a tablet fragment wrapped in old cloth. Not one from Nippur, not one from the hidden archive. Something else. The priest says it was found years ago. Not officially hidden, not exactly used. Kept because it was strange. Set aside because it was incomplete. Then forgotten because every institution contains small caves of neglect. He says this with a faint bitterness, as if the temple itself has embarrassed him. The senior scribe unwraps it. The fragment is small, no larger than 2 joined fingers, with 1 broken edge and a surface worn by handling. Only parts of 6 lines survive. Most signs are damaged. The opening is gone, the ending is gone, the middle is barely middle at all. A tablet with missing lines. The rememberer feels a stillness open inside him. The grounded truth is simple. Many cuneiform texts survive only in fragments. Broken tablets may preserve beginnings without endings, endings without beginnings, or a few isolated phrases that scholars must compare with other copies. Reconstruction is cautious work. Missing lines are not empty invitations for any desired theory. They are evidence of loss, yet loss also shapes meaning. A complete text can tell you what it wants to say. A fragment tells you what cannot be known. It forces humility into the reader's hand. It turns interpretation into a negotiation with absence. The missing portion becomes part of the experience, not because it reveals a secret, but because it refuses to be conquered. The attention peak lies there. Sometimes the most powerful part of an ancient text is not the line that survives, but the break that prevents the line from becoming too easy. The senior scribe reads what remains, a phrase about those who are fashioned, a damaged sign that may refer to hearing, remembering, or receiving, a phrase that appears to mention the great ones, though the title is incomplete, a broken passage around fear, awe, or caution, then a final surviving line, let the clay keep what the mouth must not carry. The room becomes very quiet. No one pretends the line is ordinary. The priest says the translation is not certain. The word for mouth may also imply speech, utterance, or recitation. The phrase about clay may refer to a tablet, a ritual object, or even Earth itself. The damaged title may not refer to the Anunnaki specifically. The fragment is too small to bear too much weight. He is right. He is also afraid. The curious fringe interpretation would be immediate. A modern speculative reader might say the fragment proves that forbidden memory was intentionally transferred from human speech into clay records. Perhaps under divine command. That is too much. The fragment is incomplete, context uncertain, and wording unstable. Responsible reading must hold back from certainty. Still, the line is strange. Let the clay keep what the mouth must not carry. The rememberer repeats it inwardly and feels it settle beside the hidden tablet behind the wall. The line could be ritual instruction. It could be a scribal proverb. It could be part of a myth about dangerous speech. It could be a warning that some knowledge should be written rather than spoken aloud. It could be all of these in the layered way ancient words sometimes are. The open debate in the room is not only about translation, it is about custody. The priest believes the fragment confirms the need for silence. If the mouth must not carry something, then speech is danger. Clay can keep the burden because clay does not gather crowds in the marketplace. Clay waits, hidden and cool, until proper readers approach. The senior scribe disagrees gently. If clay is told to keep what the mouth cannot, then writing is not burial alone. It is a second path for memory. A mouth dies with the body. Clay may survive. The command may be restrictive, but it is also preservative. The rememberer listens as the two meanings face each other. Silence, survival. The same line holds both. He thinks of every tablet he has touched. Some were accounts, some hymns, some fragments, some copies of copies. He thinks of students smoothing mistakes from wet clay. He thinks of old kings stamping names onto bricks. He thinks of Nippur marking dangerous readings as possible but unstable. Clay has never been neutral. It can imprison speech, but it can also outlive the hand that tried to imprison it. The priest turns to him. "What do you hear?" The question is dangerous because it is honest. He takes time before answering. This is no longer a test he can pass by caution alone. He says the line may mean that spoken memory can disturb the living too quickly, while written memory can move more slowly. Clay calls a dangerous thought. It makes it wait. It gives future minds time to approach after fears change shape. The senior scribe looks down. The priest's face is unreadable. The rememberer continues, because stopping now would be its own lie. He says the mouth carries heat, breath, urgency, and crowd. Clay carries weight, silence, and delay. Perhaps the line does not say memory must vanish. Perhaps it says memory must travel at the speed of earth. No one speaks. Outside, a worker drops something in the courtyard. A jar cracks. Someone curses softly, then apologizes to whichever god may have been offended by the timing. The ordinary sound enters the room like a reminder that life refuses to become pure symbol for very long. The priest wraps the fragment again. His hands are careful. The rememberer notices that fear has changed him too. The priest no longer seems only like a guardian of restriction. He seems like a man holding a vessel filled with something that might poison or heal, depending on when it's poured. That does not make him harmless. It makes him more real. The older priest says the fragment will remain sealed. The senior scribe asks whether a copy will be made. The priest says one copy is restricted. The rememberer understands that this is a concession, a small one, a dangerous one. That afternoon, he is assigned to ordinary accounts, perhaps to steady him, perhaps to prove he can still be used. The work is dull and almost soothing. Measures of barley, names of workers, amounts of oil. Clay tags matched to jars. The city continues its quiet insistence that every mystery must eventually share space with inventory. He does the work well, yet the missing lines stay with him. They teach him another lesson. A fragment does not simply fail to be whole, it changes the reader's ethics. You cannot honestly fill every gap. You must learn to say, this is missing. You must resist the desire to turn absence into proof. You must let uncertainty remain visible. This is difficult for power. Power dislikes visible uncertainty. Kings prefer complete genealogies. Priests prefer stable ritual lines. Scribes prefer restored readings. Dreamers prefer visions that explain themselves. Even rebels prefer simple hidden truths. But the missing line refuses all of them. It gives neither the temple nor the rebel total victory. Perhaps that is why it feels sacred, near sunset. The older priest calls him to the outer court. The light is low and red. Wet laundry hangs from a nearby roof, stirring in the breeze. A goat wanders where it should not, and is gently chased away by a boy carrying more dignity than success. The priest says he will not ask him to forget. The rememberer does not answer. The priest says forgetting cannot be commanded when memory has rooted itself. It can only be guided, divided, or exhausted. He admits that the temple has used all three: guided memory through ritual, divided memory through role, exhausted memory through labour. He says this without pride. The rememberer hears confession inside explanation. He asks whether the Anunnaki feared humans remembering because memory would make humans disobedient. The priest looks toward the temple wall, where evening shadows make the brickwork appear deeper than it is. He says disobedience is only the surface. A servant who disobeys can be punished. A servant who remembers why obedience was created becomes harder to return to place. Then the priest adds something stranger. Perhaps the great ones feared pity. The rememberer does not understand. The priest says a human who remembers the making, the labour, the flood, the lost cities, the revised lines, and the buried households may begin to pity not only humans, but the gods. He may see that the rulers of order are also trapped inside the order they maintain. To be feared is power. To be pitied is exposure. This thought disturbs the rememberer more than accusation. The Anunnaki as frightened administrators had seemed possible. The Anunnaki as powerful beings fearing human rebellion had seemed understandable. But the Anunnaki fearing human pity opens a quieter abyss. It suggests that memory does not merely reveal hidden events. It changes the emotional distance between created and creator. A human who pities a god has already crossed a boundary. The missing lines in the fragment seem suddenly kinder for being missing. Perhaps the whole truth would be too sharp. Night arrives slowly. The fragment is returned to the inner archive. A single restricted copy is begun by the senior scribe, whose hand moves with painful care. The rememberer is allowed to watch, not touch. The copied line appears again in fresh clay. Let the clay keep what the mouth must not carry. He feels no vision, only a deep weariness. That is enough. When he walks home, the sky is cloudless. Stars gather above the city, but he does not read them. The moon rests low, pale behind a thin veil of dust. Somewhere, a potter is still working late, turning clay by lamplight. The wheel moves with a soft rhythm, round and steady. Clay becomes vessel. Clay becomes tablet. Clay becomes brick. Clay becomes the thing that holds water. Words, walls, and meals. It carries life without claiming to understand it. Perhaps that is why ancient people trusted it with memory. Clay does not speak too quickly. It waits until someone kneels, lifts it, and risks reading. At home, his child is asleep with one hand open on the mat. The rememberer sits beside the small hand and thinks of the pottery shard from the abandoned mound. The vanished hand, the living hand, the hand that writes, the hand that erases, the hand that seals, the hand that opens. All history may be hidden there, not in one grand answer, but in gestures repeated through time. He lies down, and the missing lines move through him like cool air. They do not demand completion. They ask for patience. The oldest memory may not be a secret waiting to be solved, but a wound waiting to be treated without tearing it wider. Outside, the temple stands in moonlight. Inside its archive, a fragment rests again in darkness. Between its broken lines, the question remains alive, not because it can be answered, but because it has not been forced to sleep. The question remains alive because no one can claim it completely. Not the priest with his careful restrictions, not the scribe with his gentle uncertainty, not Nippur with its classifications, not the hidden tablet behind wet bricks, not even the rememberer. though the question has entered his blood like a second pulse. Some questions do not belong to the person who carries them. They pass through him, using one life as a corridor. By now, he knows the city is watching less openly. That is almost worse. The first days after the fragment are quiet. Too quiet. He's given accounts, deliveries, and sorting tasks. No one summons him into closed rooms. No one asks about dreams. The older priest speaks to him in public with ordinary politeness. The senior scribe corrects students, checks tallies, and sometimes sits too long with one hand resting on a blank tablet. The surface is calmed. Below it, everything listens. The rememberer begins to understand that power often fears memory in stages. At first, it fears exposure, then disorder, then imitation. But deepest of all, it fears a change in meaning. A hidden event revealed may be explained away. A rebel punished may become a warning. A forbidden text sealed may become a manageable object. But when people begin to interpret their own lives differently, control becomes uncertain. That is the quiet center. Memory changes what obedience feels like. A worker who remembers only duty may bend under the basket with resignation. A worker who remembers the system behind the duty may still bend, but the act has changed inside him. A scribe who copies an approved line may obey the school, yet know the gap remains. A priest who guards a dangerous fragment may still guard it, while wondering whether silence is care or fear. The action looks the same. The world underneath has shifted. Ancient Mesopotamian authority depended on more than force. It depended on shared belief in gods, rights, kingship, household obligations, land rights, and cosmic order. This does not mean everyone believed in the same way or never doubted. Human beings have always been more complex than official records make them appear. Yet public order required stories strong enough to hold communities together. The rememberer is dangerous because he does not merely challenge one story. He makes all stories feel made. That is a subtle wound. When a story feels made, it may still be beautiful. It may still be necessary. It may even still be true in a deeper sense. But it no longer feels inevitable. Someone arranged it. Someone chose which lines to preserve. Someone rebuilt the temple on an older floor. Someone smoothed the clay and began again. The attention peak comes softly. Power is most secure when its arrangements feel like nature, not history. Once people remember that an order was constructed, they may ask who built it, who benefits, and whether it can be rebuilt differently. This is why memory frightens power. Not because memory always destroys, because it compares. The rememberer sees comparison everywhere now. He sees the temple's high platform and the worker's low doorway. He sees the king's stamped brick and the unnamed brickmaker's hand. He sees the divine banquet and the human ration list. He sees the flood survivor and the lost households beneath the water. He sees the written line and the missing line beside it. Comparison is gentle at first, then it becomes relentless. One afternoon, he helps distribute rations to workers repairing a canal branch outside the city. The sun is hot, and the mud along the bank grips ankles with irritating persistence. Men and women stand in line with baskets and jars. Names are called, measures are counted. A scribe records. Someone complains that his measure is short. The steward insists it is correct. Another worker mutters that gods never receive short measures. A few people laugh. The steward does not. The rememberer looks at the ration tablet and feels no vision, only clarity. These are not symbols in a myth. These are people who need food after labour. If divine order forgets that, then divine order has already failed in some human part of itself. A city can praise gods beautifully while measuring barley poorly. That contradiction may be more dangerous than any fringe theory. The curious fringe possibility surrounding the Anunnaki often focuses on hidden origins, ancient intervention, or controlled human design. Yet the older and more grounded mystery may be simpler. Why did civilizations so often imagine their social arrangements as descending from divine authority? Perhaps because divine origin made labor, hierarchy, and obligation feel bearable. Perhaps because it made them unquestionable. Perhaps both. The record does not give one answer. It gives pressure. The open scholarly uncertainty remains in how deeply myth reflects social structure. Are myths about divine labour and human service direct mirrors of temple economies, symbolic theology, inherited oral tradition, or philosophical reflections on the burden of the life? Most careful readings allow overlap. Myths can explain institutions while also questioning them, sometimes without admitting they are doing either. The rememberer gives a worker her ration. Their hands touch briefly. Her palm is rough, cracked at the base of the fingers. She thanks him without looking up. The moment is ordinary, but it passes through him like a line from an unbroken tablet. If humans were made to carry labour, then every hand is part of that old story. If memory returns through hands, then every hand may also carry its correction. That thought nearly overwhelms him. He steps away and pretends to adjust a basket. The canal water moves beside him, dull green under the sun. Dragonflies skim the surface. A boy splashes mud onto his own legs and is scolded by everyone within reach. The world refuses to stay solemn, which may be one reason it survives. As evening approaches, the senior scribe comes to the canal site. This is unusual. He rarely leaves the tablet rooms unless required. He walks slowly, leaning on a staff, his robe gathered above the mud with undignified care. The sight is almost funny, and for a moment the rememberer sees not an elder of dangerous knowledge, but an old man annoyed by wet ground. The scribe asks him to walk along the bank. They move away from the workers, following the canal where reeds thicken. The air smells of mud, water plants, and warm animal hide from a nearby herd. The old man does not speak until the city lies behind them in softened light. He says Nippur has sent a message. The fragments are to remain restricted. The rememberer is to continue purification at intervals. No charges will be made. No public inquiry will occur. The troubling readings are to be treated as unstable ritual variants, not as doctrine, not as history, and not as material for teaching. The system has chosen containment, not destruction, not acceptance. Containment is what power does when it's unsure whether something is poison or medicine. The rememberer asks what the senior scribe believes. The old man watches water move past a cluster of reeds. He says belief is a luxury for people who do not copy damaged tablets. Then, after a pause, he admits that he believes the line is older than the temple wants it to be. That is all. It is enough. They stand in silence while the sun lowers behind the city. The temple platform catches the light and glows briefly, as if made of warm copper. Then the glow fades, and the structure becomes earth again. The senior scribe says that the rememberer must decide how to live with a memory that cannot be proven and cannot be dismissed. This is the cruel middle. To know without proof can make a person arrogant or broken. To doubt without denial requires discipline. The rememberer must carry the question without turning it into a weapon too quickly, and without letting the temple bury it in him. The old man says the hidden tablet will matter only if someone someday needs that question. The rememberer asks whether future readers will understand. The senior scribe gives a small, tired smile. Future readers misunderstand everything, he says. Then they understand something else by mistake. It is the kind of joke that might be wisdom if given enough centuries. Night comes gradually. The workers finish, gather tools, and start back toward the city. The rememberer and the scribe return with them. No divine voice interrupts. No sign appears in the sky. The canal repairs are incomplete. The ration total's imperfect. The workers tired, and the temple still standing. This is how history moves most of the time. Not through revelation, through unfinished maintenance. Back in the city. The rememberer stops near the place where bricks hide the unofficial tablet. He does not touch the wall. He does not even look too long. To stare at a secret is to point toward it. He passes by with the others, carrying an empty basket and a mind that has grown quieter. Not peaceful, quieter. He now understands that the Anunnaki's fear in this story is not simple terror of one gifted man. It is the fear any order might have of reflective memory, the memory that says, this began, this changed, this was chosen, this harmed someone, this helped someone, this could be otherwise. A human who remembers in that way does not need to overthrow the temple to unsettle it. He only needs to see it historically. To see power as history is to loosen its mask of eternity. The priest understands this. The scribe understands this. Nippur understands this. Perhaps the gods, if the myths are read through human fear, understood it first. A created being who remembers creation does not remain merely created. He becomes witness. A witness may still serve, but service becomes conscious, and conscious service carries the seed of refusal. The day ends with the city in low lamplight. At home. His wife asks why he is late. He says the canal work ran long. True. His child shows him a lump of clay shaped into something that may be a goat, a boat, or a tragic accident. He praises it carefully. The child beams, and the world is briefly restored. Later, when the house is quiet, he sits alone with the small clay shape in his hand. It has no signs, no seal, no authority, no divine title, just finger marks, a child's pressure, a small attempt to make a form from earth. He feels suddenly the tenderness of all creation myths. Perhaps humans told stories of being made from clay because everyone had seen clay become something under hands. A cup, a brick, a tablet, a toy, a god's image, a wall, a memory. Clay teaches that form is possible, but also fragile. Too wet, and it collapses. Too dry, and it cracks. Too much pressure, and the shape is ruined. A human being is not so different. The rememberer places the child's clay shape near the doorway to dry. He knows it may break by morning. He knows the child may forget making it. He knows he may remember it longer than anyone else. That, too, is a kind of archive. Before sleep, he thinks again of the missing line. Let the clay keep what the mouth must not carry. Maybe the mouth cannot carry everything because breath is too warm, too immediate, too human. Maybe clay is needed because some memories must cool before they can be approached. Maybe the Anunnaki feared a human who could remember because human memory is warm clay. It can still change shape. It can still receive new marks. It can still be passed hand to hand before anyone knows what it will become. He lies down beside his family. Outside, the temple lamps burn. Inside, the child's little clay figure dries in darkness, holding no forbidden signs at all. Yet in its silent form, it carries the deepest question of the whole story. Who is allowed to shape the human? Gods, kings, priests, scribes, labour, memory, or the small hands of the living themselves? The question remains unanswered. That is why it remains alive. The question remains unanswered because every answer arrives carrying someone's fingerprints. By now, the rememberer has stopped waiting for a final vision. The old name no longer strikes him awake before dawn. The flood does not rise every night. Eridu does not call from under his skin with the same force. Nippur's authority no longer presses against him like a sealed door. Even the hidden tablet behind wet bricks feels less like a secret and more like a seed. Seeds do not explain themselves. They wait for conditions. The city enters a season of heat. Days grow longer, and the light becomes white and hard over the mud brick walls. People move more slowly at noon. Dogs sleep in narrow shadows. Workers cover their heads with cloth. Temple rooms smell of warm clay, oil, sweat, and drying reeds. Even the scribes seem quieter, as if every sign pressed into clay costs more effort under the heavy air. Life has narrowed again into tasks. That narrowing is not failure. It is how people survive after mystery. A person cannot live forever at the edge of revelation. Bread still must be baked. Jars still crack. Canals still need clearing. Children still wake thirsty. Accounts still require totals. The human mind, no matter how haunted by origins, must return to measures of barley and the repair of sandals. The rememberer returns too, but not unchanged. He works with a new gentleness toward ordinary records. A ration tablet is no longer dull to him. It is proof that someone expected fairness, or at least feared complaint. A seal impression is no longer mere procedure. It is a miniature claim about trust. A brick inscription is no longer only royal pride. It is also a plea against disappearance. He has learned that memory has many temperatures. Some memories burn, some cool, some rot if sealed too tightly, some harden into tools, some soften again when touched by grief. The oldest memory inside him has not given him a doctrine. It has given him a way of seeing. That is harder to punish. The grounded world continues around him with its careful mixture of sacred and practical order. Ancient Mesopotamian cities did not separate religion, economy, politics, and memory in the way later minds sometimes prefer. A temple could be a place of offerings, administration, storage, teaching, identity, and power. A god's household shaped human households. A king's inscription shaped public time. A scribe's copy shaped what later generations could know. This is enough mystery without adding thunder. Civilization itself is strange. The attention peak comes quietly one afternoon when the rememberer sees a student copying a line from an old hymn. The student makes a mistake, lifts his head in fear, and waits for correction. The senior scribe does not smooth the tablet at once. Instead, he asks the boy to look at the sign again and say why it failed. The boy studies it. Then he understands. The rememberer watches this small mercy and feels something loosen. The old scribe has not abandoned order. He is still a guardian of signs, but he has changed the way correction enters the room. He lets the student see the error before erasing it. Perhaps that is all any generation can do, not destroy authority completely, but let awareness enter before the surface is smoothed. This is how forbidden memory becomes less explosive. It becomes teaching, not open doctrine, not public revolt, not a shouted claim about hidden gods. A small change in how a child learns to read a sign, a pause before erasure, a permission to notice the gap. Power fears that too, because systems are not changed only by kings and disasters. They are changed by habits and small rooms. A teacher who allows uncertainty, a scribe who preserves a difficult variant, a priest who copies one restricted line instead of burning it, a worker who sees his labour as part of history, not only duty, a parent who does not hand fear to a child as inheritance. The curious fringe possibility has now softened. Perhaps the Anunnaki were not visitors from beyond the stars in any literal sense. Perhaps they were that, though the evidence cannot responsibly carry such certainty. Perhaps they were gods, symbols, memories of hierarchy, literary beings, cosmic administrators, or names for powers early humans felt pressing through the structure of the world. The record remains fragmentary, but the fear attributed to them remains meaningful. Any order, divine or human, fears the remembered beginning if that beginning reveals arrangement. Any authority fears the witness who can say, "This was made." Any sacred system fears compassion that extends even toward its makers. Any ruler fears a human who sees the throne as one layer in a mound, not the mountain itself. The rememberer does not need to defeat them. He only needs not to forget. The open scholarly uncertainty will outlive him. Future readers, if they ever lift the hidden tablet, may debate whether it is myth, ritual note, scribal exercise, heresy, or poetic fragment. They may compare signs with known traditions. They may argue over whether the great ones in the damaged line are the Anunnaki or another divine group. They may decide the text proves less than dreamers want and more than cautious minds expected. That would be fair. Ancient clay rarely gives clean gifts. It gives pressure, not possession. It asks the reader to hold evidence and imagination without letting either devour the other. It lets mainstream history speak with its patient tools: excavation, translation, comparison, context. It lets mystery remain where the evidence breaks. The responsible listener learns to breathe between them. 70 parts earth, 30 parts moonlight. The rememberer would not say it that way. But he lives it. Years pass in the gentle compression of storytelling. Not many, perhaps. Enough for his child to grow taller, enough for the senior scribe's hands to tremble more, enough for the older priest to move more slowly through the courtyard, enough for the hidden tablet's clay to fully dry in darkness, enough for the rememberer's fear to become quieter than his care. He never becomes famous. That matters. No royal inscription names him. No hymn praises the human who remembered too far. No king calls him wise. No priest builds a shrine over his silence. The world does not reward every witness with a title, and perhaps that is merciful. Fame would have trapped him in another official story. Instead, he becomes a man people trust with difficult tablets, not because he gives bold answers, because he does not hurry the gaps. A younger scribe once asks why some damaged lines are copied with uncertainty marks instead of being restored cleanly. The rememberer answers that a missing line is sometimes more honest than a confident mistake. The younger scribe frowns, not fully understanding. Years later, perhaps, the sentence will return to him while he holds a broken tablet under lamplight. That is how memory travels when it cannot travel openly, not as a proclamation, as a delayed understanding, near the end of his life, or perhaps only near the end of this telling. The rememberer goes once more to the wall where the hidden tablet sleeps. He does not open it. He does not need to. The city has changed around the place. Bricks have been repaired. A doorway has been narrowed. A storage basket now sits near the corner. Dust gathers where no one important looks. It is perfect. He stands there in late evening, while the temple settles after ritual. The air smells of lamp oil, old brick, and cooling dust. Outside, insects begin their thin night music. Somewhere in the distance, water moves through a canal with the same patient sound that entered his dreams years ago. He places his palm against the wall. No vision comes, only stillness. He understands then that the Anunnaki, if they feared him, did not fear what he knew in full. He never knew in full. They feared the kind of human he became while carrying incomplete memory, a human who could hold uncertainty without surrendering it, a human who could see authority as constructed without despising old order, a human who could pity gods, workers, kings, priests, scribes, and children at once. That kind of memory cannot be easily ruled. It does not burn bright enough to expose itself. It glows under ash. The priest is gone now, or soon will be. The senior scribe, too. Nippur will continue classifying. Kings will continue restoring what they also reshape. Temples will continue teaching approved lines. Floods will continue threatening low ground. Clay will continue receiving signs from hands that do not know who may read them. Nothing is resolved. That is the truest ending. The rememberer leaves the wall and walks home through streets washed in moonlight. His child, no longer small, sits near the doorway shaping clay into a little boat. The form is uneven, but it holds. The rememberer watches without correcting. After a while, the child asks whether clay remembers every hand that touches it. He thinks for a long moment. Then he says clay remembers differently from people. The child asks whether that means better. He answers no, only longer. They sit together as the moon rises above the roofs. The temple stands in the distance. Neither villain nor sanctuary alone. Only a great human divine structure made of need, reverence, fear, labour, and memory. Beyond it, the river moves unseen. Beneath it, older floors sleep. Above it, stars hold their old positions while meanings change below them. The Anunnaki remain unresolved, as they should. Gods, powers, administrators, literary shadows, echoes of hierarchy, fragments of a deep human attempt to explain why order feels both necessary and frightening. Perhaps they feared the human who could remember, because such a human turned creation back into a question. Perhaps they feared that once humans remembered beginnings, they would no longer confuse obedience with truth. Or perhaps the fear was always ours, placed into divine faces because we needed somewhere to put it. The rememberer looks at the little clay boat in his child's hands. It will dry by morning. It may crack. It may be thrown away. It may vanish under a floor and sleep longer than anyone expects. In the quiet, he realizes that memory does not need to conquer forgetting. It only needs to leave enough behind for someone, someday, to ask why the clay still feels warm. Word count 1190. The night grows softer now. The city, the temple, the road to Nippur, the mound of Eridu, the abandoned settlement, and the hidden tablet all begin to lose their edges. They do not disappear. They simply settle into the calm distance where old stories rest, where no one is pressing them for answers. You can let the clay cool. You can let the river move without following it. Somewhere, under moonlight, a tablet lies behind bricks. Its signs are small, patient, and incomplete. No mouth carries them tonight. No priest argues over them. No scribe marks the damaged lines. No king claims them. They belong for now to darkness, dust, and the slow breathing of the earth. The river keeps moving beyond the city. It touches reeds, stones, roots, and forgotten banks. It has carried silt, boats, offerings, rumours, ashes, seeds, and reflections of stars. It has passed cities that believed themselves permanent. It has passed fields where children once played and where no names remain. Still it moves, not hurried, not grieving in any human way, only continuing. The old question remains unread. Why would the Anunnaki fear a human who could remember? Perhaps because memory is a small lamp that does not always obey the room it was lit inside. Perhaps because a human who remembers can carry one age into another. Perhaps because even a broken line, cooled in clay, may wait longer than fear. Now the lamps are low. The walls breathe out the last warmth of the day. The child's clay boat dries near the doorway. The hidden tablet rests in darkness. The moon lays a pale hand across the river, and the unanswered question grows quiet enough to become part of sleep. End of script. Good night.